1-1. Cataclysm begin through death march. Stars wander. Great numbers of them. Sometimes glimpsing a shooting star. When people see such fleeting moments, each recite a wish in their heart. But isn't the sky divided by the falling meteorites? Accompanied with thunderous roar, the mass falls upon the earth with overwhelming speed. There might be people who enjoy seeing them on TV or a video site, but no one would want to see this downpour in close proximity. Yes, right now hundreds of meteorites are falling down in front of my eyes. Nay, I shouldn't say it like it's other people's business. This disaster is unmistakably caused by me. Due to my thoughtless choice about 10 minutes ago, now meteorites gouge the earth, striking dozens of kilometers away, trampling down the enemies there. From the corner of my viewpoint, the red dots on the radar are disappearing along with their lives. And then, a while after most of the meteorites disappear into the earth, the slightly delayed sounds reach with a bit of ground tremor. Before the wave of dust crawling on the ground. Suddenly, I'm struck with acute pain, like it's some sort of divine punishment. My head feels like it's splitting. As if my body is being torn apart and scattered away. Immediately after my consciousness parted from the pain, my body is swept away by the dust wave. Let's rewind the time a bit. I'm working on holiday to meet a certain much-delayed project deadline. The so-called smartphone and PC browser game from major company who dispatched outsourced subcontractor programmer to complete it. Even black company doesn't normally commission one person for two project. However, the junior programmer disappeared on the verge of release, leaving lots of bug and specification change. Deplorable. Working in a place with high turnover rate, the only programmer around is the junior and me. Having no means to anticipate the situation, I'm forced to not only manage my own project, but also stuck with my junior's doomed project. Alright, completed all the classes, I/O, and comment entries. The rest is auto-documenter from source code, relation diagram, and seriously squashing the bugs. I let my neck loose for a bit. Surveying my surrounding, the office is full house on holiday like always. My neighbor, an outsourced person responsible for debugging, is grumbling while working, but no one shift their focus. There is no room for that. The surrounding designers and planners work silently with hollow, dead fish-like eyes. When I returned from getting some coffee, the monitor already finished displaying the output material needed for debugging. Even so, with no documentary to work with, I can't get fired up. It can't be helped if the junior who was thrown into OJT right away to complains like dying. Among the 4 programmers who were present when the junior entered the company half a year ago, only I remain. I'm not even sure how many is it in the whole company. SA. Suzuki-san, the client claim that difficulty of WW is too hard for beginner. What do we do? You almost said Satu, damn you. We've been in the team for half a year, stop getting it wrong. The overweight director and planner turn his head over here with his usual troubled face. Moreover, even though such troublesome thing arise, he somehow looks happy. Why are there so many MS among developers? WW is an abbreviation of the smartphone and PC browser game War World. It's an orthodox strategy game with a bit of social aspect in it. Didn't they say that the main target market won't play it if we lower the difficulty anymore? Yes, the current difficulty level was decided after great many meeting with the clients. Those time wasters were really a waste at. Miserable. Why don't we use the cancelled bonus for the first timer, the show all enemy on map and the 3-time map annihilation bomb? And give the skilled guy who doesn't use it a rare title or such as a present for clear condition. Since there's no time, let's go with that. I'm counting on you for the implementation, Suzuki-san. Mr. Overweight said it as carefree as ever. Wait a minute. I'm still debugging the smartphone mer page right now, just give the OK to the client for now. There's no time to fix it if it gets rejected due to poor implementation. OK. We'll immediately tell them on the phone. The gigantic figure of Mr. Overweight disappear into the smoking area with phone in hand. I continue to work while silently muttering to myself. The go sign on Mr. Overweight's office lit up. He's out eating junk food on late night. After correcting numerous superficial errors left behind by my junior, I leave the rest to the debug team. That remind me, what was the name again? It didn't usually come out since I always call it MMO or roleplay. Oh yeah, it's Freedom Fantasy World. Because it's easy to mix up with WW's former name, Fantasy War World, no one called it with the proper name. When I think back on it, the documentary marked it as FFW. Since we removed the fantasy from WW, nowadays it's not ambiguous though. While the modification for WW goes on for a while, I'm sending the bug I discovered from FFW to the debug team. All-nighter again today, hey. The checking continues until the next morning. Miraculously the client program of the MMORPG is delivered. Of course, probably there are still some bugs remaining, but since the super weapon called update patch exists for net distributed programs, there's no need to worry. I feel like I can hear booing from users but I'm sleepy. While the debug team is working, I forwarded the modified exe package of WW to Mr. Overweight via intracompany mail. Then I retreated to the safe haven under my desk to sleep for the first time in 30 hours. Ah, bliss! The fun time of a corporate slave. For now, sleep is justice. Do you know what lucid dream is? Being aware that you're inside your dream. Right now, I'm in wilderness. I'll stop since it looks like a line from Paul San. Yep, wilderness. I guess it's okay to liken it with the American Grand Canyon. Why do I know that it's a dream? 1. Because I remember sleeping under my desk. Another is because I can see icon 44 on the lower right and menu written on the upper right of my vision. It looks like the thing on WW I worked on earlier. However, this is the first time that I'm dreaming about the thing I worked on during a debugging death march. Though I'm not sure why it's wilderness instead of my workroom. Was it because the room was dry? I'm feeling that's the reason. Somehow the menu opens when I tap it with my finger. A transparent window often used for near-future stuff appears in my vision. I have poor imagination if I say myself, I'll never be a planner or designer. The menu is divided into tabs for info, map, unit management, storage, exchange, and log, as well as status, equipment, magic and skill menus that don't exist in WW. Did it get mixed up during the FFW debug last night? Well, you can't really expect consistency in Dream though. When I check status, level is 1, HP, MP, strength and all other attribute are 10. This is the basic status that hasn't been assigned with bonus points. Come to think of it, the last check was character creation. There's also job type and reward and punishment parameters that don't exist in FFW. Where did it get mixed in from? Age, 15 years old. Did I want to have mentality of a student again? Job type, management, but I don't even have one subordinate. Even so, affiliation, none. Is it a sign that I want to change job? The content truly has hidden meaning in it. Ah, I want a vacation. The peculiar ability of unit creation or unit arrangement probably mixed in from WW, but is there any need for the peculiar ability field to be written in the menu? Furthermore, what is with the last ability being indestructible? What a strange dream. I'm wearing a polo shirt, chinos pant, and sneakers. Hey, this is my attire just now. In the storage, there is my wallet, mobile phone, and a yellow box with impressive nutritional balance food inside, one box. Come to think of it, I left it on the desk with the intention of eating but I lost to the drowsiness in the end. Magic and skill are blank. There are 10 skill points but sadly there are no skills to allocate them into. Opening setting, I add map and radar on basic indicator. Map displays a wide area and my own position. Radar is almost the same as map but it searches for enemies on the area, and adds color coding to enemies and neutral units. I'm shown on radar as a small white point. The surrounding 100 meter is shown in gray, indicating unexplored region. I cannot see any enemies. It's free time. If only this was grassland, I could indulge myself in lying around inactive. I'm not interested in lying down on a rough ground. I inadvertently stare at the icon 4 on the lower right corner. All map exploration is 1, Meteor Shower is 3. These are the measures for newbies from the arrangement with Mr. Overweight. All map exploration is just like the name suggests, search all the region in range. It also makes it possible to view detailed information, including the weak point of all units. I thought that the scope of information was too much with no practical use for it, but Mr. Overweight pushed for it to be included in the package. I tried tapping it like on a smartphone. The radar searched for all enemy and countless red dots appear. I lower magnification on the radar to display wider area. Red dots filled half the map. Aren't the enemies too many? I choose to keep them company with my own army using unit. I'm getting fired up on having a small army defeating large one. There was an era when I thought such thing. Unit creation. Possibility to make unit, none. Unit arrangement. Can't arrange non-existent unit. Attacking with a level 1 character LOLOLOL. Truly a dream. Even absurd things are unreasonable. I glanced at the Meteor Shower icon on the lower right. This is Meteor Shower, the celestial annihilation. Meteor Shower is set with high tension parameters, it could destroy everything, beside the campaign scenario last hidden boss, in a single blow. It's a message for beginner that says bulldoze the map, you can't clear with this. Would you push? Yes. Yes. Heil breaking. The last one seems to be a bit different. Maybe the effects the from all-nighter still remain. I tap the icon while thinking such thing. The silence hurts. I expected something amazing, but there's nothing happening, is it? I was sad for a moment and proceed to lie down. My back hurt from the rough ground. Then I turn my face toward the sky, something comes into the view. Thank you for waiting. We're finally back to the opening scene. Real name, Suzuki Ichiro. Character name, Sato's life in different world begin this way. 1 to 2. Dreamer write as ephemeral read. Hello, Suzuki here. Having weak presence, I've been called Sato since my school days for some reason. This is Suzuki. Even though you don't feel pain in a dream, you can still feel the signs of pain when you dream of dental caries. No? Well, that's good too. I seem to have fainted for 2 hours following the severe pain after the meteor shower receded. Time is displayed on the menu. Convenient. My body is half buried in the ground. Hey? I can't get up. Feels like when you can't get up off the bed during winter. My hand seems to move, but menu operation is troublesome since it feels heavy. If only I had ESP to operate the menu and check the log. When I imagined such thing, it really happened. Truly a dream. It's unrestricted in strange places. When I see the log while thinking that, the message Sato level up showed up and harassment like Kara famous level up SFX rang when I scroll through the log. Continuing for a while, I finally found a different message log. Skill summoning magic, foreign world acquired. Summoning magic meteor shower acquired. Meteor shower is that meteorite summoning magic, right? A magic that does not exist in FFW. Summoning magic is only supposed to summon spirits or golems. Though the world part bugs me. There is no foreign world in either FFW or WW. It bothers me even for a dream. The level up messages continue on. Since there's a timestamp, the order of message can't be wrong. In order it's skill acquired magic that belongs to the skill acquired level up. In other words, this is the kind of RPG that does not let you automatically learn skill and magic as your level rise. No, why am I doing analysis inside my dream? Apparently my habit of analyzing thing from gamer era surfaced. But it's alright, even if it's embarrassing inside a dream, let's continue the analysis. Even in this situation, my real body is properly taking a rest anyway. I closed the log and decided to check the magic and skill tabs. But, before that, I set the log to open by default from setting. It's troublesome to switch every time. The magic are Meteor Shower and all map exploration. The skills are summoning magic, foreign world magic art, foreign world. Seems that all map exploration belongs to the art category. Are usable magic and skills registered? But I can't use it if I don't remember it anyway. This time the exclusive use of initial bonus seems to be an irregular pattern. As a programmer I immediately deny the notion. My status has changed considerably. After all, my level has been raised to 310 from 1. The limit in FFW should have been 50 at the time I went to sleep. Though we raised it to infinity when we ran stress tests for the server, so the memory from that time might have affected this dream. Experience point is lined up to astronomical 9-digit number. I don't feel like reading it. I want to have a comma splice for every 3 digits. Let's propose it for the next update. Strength, STR, and Intelligence, INT, attribute values are 99. FFW client stopped the value at 99 but there is no actual upper limit. During the time when we lift off level restriction the attribute value also rises accordingly. In other words, the actual value might be higher here too. Endurance, HP, and MP, magic power, and stamina, SP, became 3100 harmoniously. These were set to rise by a fixed 10 for each level. There are many approaches to reduce consumption by various skills. It's made this way since, according to the planner, the adjustment is troublesome if we raise each one differently. In addition, available skill points are also 3100. Did it decrease from the acquired skill earlier? When I properly look at the skill column, both skills just now are grayed out. Magic Art, Foreign World LV0 shows up when I tap it. Tapping the LV text shows please allocate point, 1 to 10, confirmation dialog, so I tried to put 10. Without any SFX the text becomes white and changes to Magic Art, Foreign World LV10. Skill points become 3090. 1 level equals 1 skill point. Easy to understand. When I try to tap on it again, maximum level message shows up. On the magic column, all map exploration text is white while Meteor Shower remains in gray. It seems that you can't meet the condition to use magic if you don't allocate points to the skill level. So I also put 10 point to summoning magic, Foreign World LV0. There are also many things added to title column. First Monster Slayer. Yep, I understand this. Then Scale Tribe Slayer, Scale Tribe Calamity, Scale Tribe Natural Enemy. I'm not sure what Scale Tribe mean but they're probably reptile monsters. Furthermore, Wyvern Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Lower Dragon Slayer, Infant Dragon Slayer, Adult Dragon Slayer, Ancient, and other Dragon Slayer with inside continue endlessly. Well, with this many dragons I can understand why such an impossible level up to the 300 range happened. The map was dyed red before the attack earlier. Then, just like the title for Scale Tribe, Dragon Tribe Natural Enemy appeared and the last title is God Slayer. Do you believe in God? Wait, when did I kill one? I tap the log and search for God. Defeated the dragon god Aconcagura. There, the cause for God Killer. I see, the Meteor Shower also killed the god. I see, I killed it. Only 2 remain, God Slaying Technique. No, why would I kill them? However, the log doesn't show damage so I don't know how powerful it was. In FFW and WW, the last blow's damage should have been displayed but I guess there's no point questioning a dream. Since it's become easier to move, I raise my body. I turned off the display icon for Meteor Shower in settings since I don't want to become the enemy of humanity by carelessly clicking it. Oh right, I haven't used the magic column yet. I switched to the tab with all map exploration and Meteor Shower in it. Now then, how do I use it? I wonder if tapping it normally work. There is no particular change when I try to use all map exploration. When I check the log there's magic, all map exploration used message. MP become 3090 in the status. Seems like it uses 10 MP. I added HP and MP to the basic indicator since it's annoying to check it every time. There's nothing reflected in the radar besides myself. It's nice that there's no enemy, but mass killing like this is not funny. No, wait, it's normal for a game. Since there are no victims, I guess it's okay? I slowly tap on Meteor Shower. It feels like something is greatly pulling out my vigor. I saw my MP continue to decrease. It stopped after consuming exactly 1000 points. It didn't feel like this the first time I use it, guess it wasn't using my own magic power back then. I look up at the sky. There's no meteorite yet. Considering before, it should be soon. And then groups of meteorites tore apart the cloud. Huge. What the heck is that? It's 100 times bigger than the earlier meteorites. I instinctively run before thinking. Of course, toward the opposite side of the drop zone. I run as fast as I can with the continuous huge meteorite impact sound in the background. As if running through water, the air resistance is too strong. It normally feels sluggish when you run in Dream, is it just me? I rolled over to the other side of a table-like small wall of rocks. Even though I said small, it's about 100 meter in radius, so it will do fine as a shield. A tsunami of dust sweeps apart just right after I went into the shelter. People-sized rock occasionally roll through the dust cloud, my spine becomes a bit cold. I wonder how long it will elapse. When the dust cloud settled, I climbed the rock wall to see at the fall. Since the slope is pretty steep, I tried jumping over 50 centimeters height. PON. I fly 5 meter feeling like hearing such SFX. Landing on the ledge of a rock with slight panic. This status rise, what a joke. I tried to deceive my trembling body by speaking to myself. That giant meteorite earlier is probably thanks to int increase too. I run up the wall by alternatively kicking through various ledges and rock edges like some kind of ninja in games and manga. How convenient. Even in a dream, I have pretty high adaptability, if I may say so myself. I can see the collapse of a mushroom cloud in the distance. Most likely, it's sediment that got caught up on the fall. This would create crop failure and health damage disaster if this was the real world, due to reduction of sunshine. It's a dream anyway, there's no helping it even if I think about it. I think it's bad that it's too real. 1 to 3. The start of wandering life. Hello, Suzuki here. My character name is Satu, but I'm Suzuki. I want to talk with somebody instead of doing this monologue. Since the dream continued with no sign of it being over, I decided to look for human habitation. Thankfully, at the edge of the wide map, there looks to be some kind of highway. 3 days since then. I've been walking day and night, yet am still only halfway there. Stamina gradually decreases, but it's still 2800/3100. It decreased about 100 each day. If this was a game, I should be okay for 28 days, more, but I'm at my limit already. I'm not sure if it's because of my stat or dream, but I don't feel tired. I did get sleepy, but I endured it. Right now I'm walking, even if I run, the stamina decrease rate isn't really different. If I jump around, the stamina decreases faster than running, but honestly, it's still within margin of error. Then why am I walking now? That's because I'm free. You don't understand? Yet. At the start I was singing a one-man karaoke while running. Originally my repertoire is small. I ran out of song immediately. The surrounding scenery is magnificent, but unfortunately it rarely changes. Then, I decided to read the long log. I'm not a text mania, but since it's painful to silently walk an aimless road, I began reading the log from the very first entry. Of course, it's hard to read text while running, so I began to walk. Absorbed with reading the log, I forgot my original purpose of getting onto the highway. The log started with magic art, all map exploration is used, then defeated messages for defeating lizardmen and dragonutes until the dragon god. Afterwards there's defeated all enemies on the map and lastly source, conquered Dragon God Valley. Source? What's that? Mystery words pop out. Then the log continue with loot and level up record. The loot records occupy 80% of the log. Common gold and equipment. Then various dragon materials like horns, fangs, and scales. Up to this I can understand the quantity and quality of the loot, but in contrast the remaining ones are strange. Lizardmen and dragonutes corpses are stored in the storage. Is it for necromancers' use? The rest are probably daily goods used by the Scale tribe like food and fuel. I can't lay out such items though, furthermore, they're all named with broken as prefix. Aren't these garbage? As one would expect, reading through tens of thousands detail would be troublesome. Thankfully, WW storage window allow you to search and classify by item type and user tag. I designed them as a common interface to decrease working steps needed. I'm a bit proud making it on the same level as the latest OS filer. Of course there's also optional folder functionality, but when you tap the stored item inside the bag, the subtype will expand and you can take it out without confirming. Of course you can also take out the item by dragging it too. In addition, you can also put user-registered items on Custom tab. This was added because it's annoying to input search word every time on a smartphone. Well, the story wandered off for a bit. I can't blabber on program scheme too long. I opened two storage windows to begin organizing items. First, I create folder for each general type. Then I will create subfolder for subtypes inside. In the settings screen I enabled the automatically stack identical item type option. Without this enabled, the total number of item would be too much. By the way, we call overlapping position like this as stacking in FFW and WW. The term exists in most RPGs so I will omit the explanation. I wonder if the etymology comes from piling pieces in the old simulation board game? Anyhow, gold loot is mostly money. The most numerous one is Ancient Empire Gold Coin. It's 101.2k, wow. I tried taking out one, it's quite big and heavy. It's about as big as a 500 yen coin and as heavy as 5 100 yen coins. If I remember right, it's about 30 grams. Since in real-world money, the coin is about 4 to 7 grams, this one is too big and heavy. If we calculate, the total is 303 tons, an absurd weight. In the real world, about 2,500 tons of gold is mined a year. Hoarding so much gold like this, is very dragonish. The next numerous one is Saga Empire Gold Coin of about 40k. I'm interested whether there are many empires or if it was a new empire built after the former one was destroyed by dragon. I tried taking out this one too. It's a bit smaller than 500 yen coin but the weight is only about 7 grams. And the third, Crimson Treasure 30k. Fantasy-like money appears. Taking it out, it's about half as heavy as the ancient gold coin with ruby-like appearance. Sometimes it let out a flash of light from inside creating cyber, chick, feeling. A bit mysterious. The rest are 10k of ancient empire silver and copper coin. Saga Empire and Shiga Kingdom silver, small silver, big copper, copper, pennies. Drag Holy Kingdom big silver, silver, copper, and various money with kingdom suffix. These are all in total 7,000. For now, I sort it by country. Still, WW and FFW didn't have sets of money. In WW it was called wool, and in FFW it's con, there's no other currency beside it. These various currencies may come from the quiz show I saw during my break, impacting this dream. There are also jewelry, ornaments, and works of art besides money. A simple silver ring, emerald fist, ornamental crown, life-sized gold figure, decorative short sword, and many valuable-looking things numbered about 300k. Most are just expensive-looking normal items, however there are magic items mixed in around 5% of the total. The detailed information for the magic items are long, so I skimped on reading it. Think of it like reading internet slang that you don't understand the meaning of on a bulletin board. There was no mounted jewelry in WW and FFW. Understanding some of the explanations, there are some things that catch my attention. Able to produce 100 liters of water a day, Hell water jug, water bottle. I took out the Hell water jug, water bottle, when I found it and drank the water. I wanted to wash my face and hair with it but gave up since the dust from the meteor shower is still floating around. Other things are, able to keep 1000 sheets of money, magic wallet, stacking 30 varied types of up to 30 items, 30 holding bag. I put those 3 things on favorite. Since I have infinite storage, there's no point in a magic bag, but I like seeing a long sword slide in and out of the bag. The second day ended with such feelings after organizing treasury. Moving on with this and that on the third day. The clock has crossed 0. I'm not sure if it's really the third day since I slip off the clock every 4 hours. Since I'd get tired if I sleep on this wasteland's rough ground, I keep walking instead. There's a full moon tonight, so there's no problem with visibility. Having principle of saving the best dish the last, it's time to check for the weapons and armors. I sort the type to show materials and corpses. According to the log, there are only a few lizardmen and dragonute corpses. This is most likely because of the meteorite. Having received the full blow, there won't be many remains. However, there are a lot of dragon's corpse. Defeated log shows that there are 2 to 3 times as many. This place become like a dragon version of an elephant's graveyard. Most are materials from body parts, but there are also iron ingots, medicinal plants, timber, and stone. They're probably from the things crushed by the meteorites. Random body parts and scales are many. Regardless of type, there are 7.9600k of them. Even an old dragon skin mold and husk exist. Huge. If the scale is this big, wonder how huge is the body. Losing to curiosity, I took out an adult dragon's scale. It's about 50 centimeters. While I'm at it, I took out lower dragon's scale to check, it's palm size. Broken item are put in specific folder. I was thinking of throwing it away but stopped since it could become a literal mountain of garbage. Finally, it's equipment. There are around 30k things. The scale tribe spears are especially abundant. Things which begin with scale tribes are around 20k. Neither are magic items, they're all normal items made of copper or iron. There are only few strange armors. I tried taking out a scale tribe's spear. 2-meter long wooden handle with sharpened bone tip comes out. It can't pierce when I tried it out, so it probably isn't a war spear. The magic items are such like dragon skin armor or dragon scale armor. Seems like items blessed by the dominant tribe are around 100. Those are probably scale tribe armor. The remaining 10k of half are dragon-based large swords, spears and bows. These are probably legacy from the scale tribe, people who beat dragons. The special effects kind are jewelry, but I don't understand the effects, so let's put it off for now. There are several interesting things, especially holy sword and divine sword. My long-lost Chiyuni heart is stimulated. Why are these holy swords are named Excalibur, Durandal and such? There are also katanas named Muramasa and Katetsu. Tension up. I enjoy wielding Excalibur. It should be quite heavy, but I swing it carelessly. Beautiful traces of light come out. However, for physical weapons, isn't sword disadvantageous? But it's popular in flashy games. Oh yeah, there is no specific name for the divine blade. I expected to get sword skill when I wielded the sword, but it didn't happen. It will likely come out if I defeat an enemy with a sword. Unusual things also exist. Cannons and ballistas that are usually placed on fort to counter flying enemy on the sky. Skimming the descriptions, it seems that it doesn't use gunpowder, but magic power instead. Another one, it's gun. Handgun 100, rifle 50. Magic powered gun 12. Just for the record, there are no guns in FFW. There are cannons in WW though. I take out the smallest magic gun. It's a Derringer-sized gun with excessive ornaments. The trigger guard is attached. In the real world, guns have safety locks. Over here it's a switch with 0, 1, 3, 10 scale. I set the scale to 1. I aim at a rock nearby with one hand and pull the trigger. A PSSHH sound comes out, yet no trace of the shot could be seen. When I confirm the rock, a hole about as big as a 10 yen coin penetrated it. It's a 2-meter thick hard rock. MP consumption is 1. There is no recoil, it's a laser gun-like feeling. This is totally SF instead of fantasy. With scale set at 10, the rock completely crushed. This would kill ogre-level demons in one shoot. MP consumption is 10. It's way too efficient. It's an item that would totally break balance of a game. No one would want to use magic. After that, I played around with the gun while moving for 1 hour. Finished checking items in general, I began thinking something that bugged me before. What is source anyway? I mutter to myself. It's about the source, conquered Dragon God Valley from the log. This is probably not related to tax withholding. Besides on the log, there's no mention of source, conquered Dragon God Valley anywhere else. Usually I would have said it's a dream anyway, but something is bugging me. Having a change of pace by thinking while running, I feel like coming up with something. I'm immersed in running while feeling good, I feel like anything's good. I'm incoherent if I do so say myself. Spending many days without any conversation is no good after all. I'm not suited for that. I've walked for 1 day before I knew it, and finally almost reached the highway. There is no human habitation according to map. I can see the highway leading to west on the northwest. By the way, there's no presence beside me displayed on the map. I wonder if they ran away in fear of that catastrophe, aka meteorite shower with thunderous roaring and earthquakes. I stopped the half-baked running and began walking. I want to take a bath. As expected, not having one in 3 days make my head itchy. It's not possible to boil water, but there is water. Thankfully the dust cloud has lessened, it's possible to wash off the dirt. I store my clothes and shoes into storage, find a suitable rock and pour water down from the top of my head. It's a bit cold, but I've come back to life. Feeling relieved, I took out clean clothes from the loot and wipe off the water. In order to take a refreshing nap, I take out a suitable bed with canopy from the loot and put it on the ground. That day I slept for the first time after 3 days. The next morning, I noticed that I could hang laundry on the canopy, so I wash my clothes with bucket from storage and hang them up, side by side. After that I lazed around on the bed while eating jerky for half a day. I'm expecting that someone will pass on the highway, but there's no change in radar, even until afternoon. If this was a light novel or manga, I would have met a princess being attacked by thief. I like template I. The service in my dream is so bad. I turn a blind eye to the fact that I easily get treasures and significant level up, cursing my luck. A flag would occur if this was a dream or tale, but nothing happened. After changing into the dry clothes, I began walking toward the highway. 1 to 4. Abandoned village, skill, and lost child. Hello, Suzuki's here. It's so lonely, I may die of loneliness. I truly, genuinely want a companion. After reaching the highway, I got lost on the route. It's been 7 days since then and I still haven't reached a human habitat. Speaking of which, somehow I got these skills: sprint, 3-dimensional maneuver, jump, sing, camping and washing. However, those skills remain grey because I haven't allocated any points to them. I seem to have learned sprint, 3D maneuver and jump after the second meteor shower, but overlooked it due to the confusion. When I was playing around with the gun, the map got in the way, so I changed it and the log to icon view. Then I noticed something. From the log it's written as place with bed and canopy, but isn't that a camping ground? I retorted myself. On to 8th day, I finally found a village-like place on the wide area map. I sprinted to the village. However, there's no presence of people according to the map. I wonder if they're taking refuge or got destroyed. No, they should have gone back if they were taking refuge, since it's been 1 week. Before long I reached the junction road heading to the village. There stood a crude guidepost on the roadside. A 1.5 meter commonly made stick nailed to the ground. The destination is written with something like ink. I can't read it. Something is written there, but I can't read it at all. At least, it's different from all the languages I recognize from the real world. In fact, it looks like some sort of fictional writing from a game. I keep the map on maximum magnification, showing wide area. While feeling slightly irritated for not being able to read the long-awaited clue, I hit the junction on the map. There's no actual meaning to this action, but this time it seems to be a bullseye. Welcome to Anakiai Village, Sirius City 32 km, until Kazo Kingdom 105 km, I can read it. Or rather, it's in Japanese. Pop-up displays pile up above the map, each written in Japanese. Is this an effect of all map exploration? Cheers for opportunism. For the time being, Sirius City seems to be the closest from here, but it's too plain. After all this time, let's go to the village first. I know that there's no one there, but I feel like I'm losing if I head straight on. There might be some hidden quests there. If this is my dream, there must be one. The village comes into view on the other side of the field in just about 5 minutes. Between the narrow street extends fields that looks like they have been abandoned for about a year. It's a world of weeds. Even from a distance, I can distinguish that many houses look burnt down. Every house has one thing in common: the roof is completely burned down. Judging from the position, it seems to be a village abandoned by the attack of the dragons. There are no bones lying around, but many things like harvest baskets, wooden hoes, and various farming tools are scattered around as if they were left behind in hurry. As I stared at the tools lying around, though it's too exaggerated to call it a revelation, I got a little idea. If I got washing skill from doing laundry, maybe I'll get something if I dig some farmland. I took the hoe and dug the farmland with it. Cultivation skill acquired. Farming skill acquired. It appeared on the log as expected. Though I didn't expect cultivation to pop up. In order to get better, I'll try many other things. Suddenly, I pluck what appears to be a vegetable peeping out between the weeds. Harvest skill acquired. It's a bit fun. Even so, it's easy mode, eh? Come to think of it, what is this vegetable? Is it spinach, komatsuna? I stared at it, an AR message saying hisea grass, leaf vegetables. It's seldom eaten raw, usually processed as condiment or pickles. Popped up on over the vegetables. Yep, it's convenient all right. Seems like this is a different function than the map search. Incidentally, I tried pulling out weeds. Weeding skill acquired. I didn't cut it, I just pulled it. I went into something that looks like a windbreak. I take out an axe and chop down a suitable tree. Lumbering skill acquired. I wonder what next? I feel like trying some ideas. I write a mathematical formula on the ground with the hoe. 1 + 1 = 2, there. Arithmetic skill acquired. Famu, if this is okay then E = mc superscript 2. Lost knowledge skill acquired. The famous theory of relativity is a lost knowledge? I'd rather get a flying skill or some such. This time I'm writing some random characters in Japanese. Painting skill acquired. Painter-san would be mad. Next I wrote times alternatively, which made it looks like a children's play. Game skill acquired. Is anything fine? I begin trying one thing after another. I tried shaving the burned wood on the back of a house with knife in the shape of a stick. Carpenter skill acquired. Weapon creation skill acquired. In addition, I wrapped the stick with a leather I took out of the storage. Leather craft skill acquired. Making a makeshift broom, I sweep it under my foot. Cleaning skill acquired. I'm running out of material. When I tried to find more, I discovered a cemetery with a native god shrine. Since I grew up in the countryside, I inadvertently joined hands as if praying for my grandmother. I offered some jerky and poured some sake cup. Prayer skill acquired. Title: Devout Believer acquired. Omu, I didn't intend to get a skill, but the material is dry already. I began to get tired of the skill acquiring. Let's get out of the village. It's sunset just as I depart on the highway. I'm walking toward Suzuki city, according to the guidepost. After accustoming my eyes under the moonlight, in the dark, I sprint down the highway. When it's near dawn, the wide area map showed the whole Suzuki city. Of course, unlike Enikiai village, it has a lot of people. Finally civilization. I cry while trembling with expectation of finally talking with people. This is such a long dream. Don't you think so? 1 to 5. Fortress city life begin. I finally got to Suzuki city. Let's strip it naked with all map exploration. The population is around 120,000. It's a remote region within Shiga Kingdom ruled by an earl. 95% are from the human tribes, the other 5% are beast tribes, scale tribes, and fairy tribes. Average level is 2 to 3. Highest level is an old man magician who is 48. The knights range from 5 to 20, with most of them on August 12. Normal soldiers are around 5 to 7. There are a lot of bows as a dragon countermeasure. Male to female ratio is 5:6 with lots of females. It's unknown whether it's because of difference in birth rate or because of a high male mortality rate. Unexpectedly, townspeople only have a few skills. Most of them have 1 to 3 skills, some even none. Having 20 or so skills may be the exception rather than the rule. Only a few magicians exist. There are only around 2,000 people with magic skills. 90% of them have livelihood magic, while the remaining 10% seem to belong to the country's army. It's as expected in a way, but level 310 is truly extraordinary. In addition, I got carried away and learned a lot of useless skills which would make me conspicuous. The map could show the name of the streets and merchants' houses to some degree. Even though it could not tell you what kind of item they're selling or their reputation, it's still quite useful for a first look of the town. Unfortunately, the search function only works for people. I could not find shops with it. Seen from reduced scale, the town is shaped like a 6 km diameter oval along with 2-3 km long shaped, bowing daruma-like objects attached on each side. I enlarge the map and confirm each area. First, closest to the gate, there seems to be a general residential area. Beside the gate are stables and inns. Joining them, the local lord's castle is located in the center of the neighborhood. Something like a temple or magic something is at the center of the city. Far from the gate, the lord's mansion stands. And a cafeteria that looks too small for city use, but too big as an exclusive for the local lord. When I tried to search for people with adventurer as job, I got nothing. There was no librarian either, which probably mean there's no library. However, there were some slaves. After checking so many things, I've arrived at the front of the gate. Showing up together with the sun in the horizon, perfect timing. Though the gate is closed at this time. I thought that there would be other people in front of the gate, but there was actually no one. It would be nice if there are some villagers who are going to sell their vegetables in the morning. Is it only in my dream that stores don't open until 10 in the morning? Wearing a polo shirt and chinos pant might be too noticeable. I searched the storage, found several robes and took out the only non-worn out dark green robe to wear. The remaining robes are magic tools, but they're too worn out, I can't bring myself to wear them. This robe smells a bit like mold. My body looks like the time when I was 15 with its small stature. The robe is too long and is dragging a little on the floor. Thanks to that, the sneakers are hidden. My mustache didn't even grow after 1 week. I was so happy and showed it off when it grew during the freshman period of university life. Though, I shaved it immediately when I got a girlfriend. While having a recollection of the past, I continue to wait for the gate to open. When I got near the gate, an uncle soldier came out while saying some unknown words. The long-awaited conversation featuring a mysterious language. Shiga language skill acquired. I love easy mode. God hasn't forsaken me. I operated the menu and acquired the Shiga language skills extremely fast. Over-enthusiastically allocated 10 skill points with glee. What's wrong, kiddo? Do you have a stomachache? A bearded soldier follows suit. I don't think calling a man in the latter half of his 20, kiddo, is right. Oh, that's right, my outer appearance is that of 15 years old. Good morning. Yes, I'm fine. I replied amiably with a vague smile, trademark of Japanese people. Even if the partner is a middle-aged uncle, it's a human after a long time. A smile is only 0 yen. The heavy gate opened behind us during the conversation. Kiddo, show me your identification per the rules. If you don't have one, pay the 1 copper coin tax. What? ID in a dream. I thought of showing the driver license from my wallet, but it looked like it'd be troublesome, so I stopped. I'm sorry, I don't have an ID card. I honestly say it. If I got refused, then I could just stealthily go in. If I got caught, then I'd just run. I'm seriously acting self-important inside this dream. Yes, a dream. This is a dream. Did you lose it? We could issue a new one, but that'd be 1 silver coin. Yeah, okay with that. Oi, can you so easily issue a new one? There are some Shiga silver coins in the storage if I'm not mistaken. Please allow me to get a new one. My horse, surprised by the loud roar 8 days ago, escaped while carrying my luggage. If I haven't got beef jerky in my pocket and didn't find some spring water on the way here, I would have been dead. I'm a smooth talker if I do say myself. I may truly have a talent for swindling. As if responding to my inner monologue. Excuse skill acquired. Deception skill acquired. Negotiation skill acquired. Cheap skills. Come here, kiddo. Uncle soldier beckoned me to the guard station located besides the gate. Even after telling excuses with great pain, Uncle soldier just ignored it. His ignorability power level is too high. Just in case, you're not on some wanted list or a thief, right? Yes, of course. I'm a member of general public unrelated to crime. Then, put both of your hands on top of this Yamato stone and speak your name. Uncle guided me to the place with a 20-wide LCD display inside the guard station. Where in Yamato this Yamato stone can take me? Can it goes to space? For name, it should be character name, right? Sato. Right after I spoke my character name, the lithograph started to dimly shine with blue light, and some words appeared. It's the same letter as the one on the guidepost earlier. I could properly read it thanks to Shiga language skill. I want an English language skill. Kiddo, it's fine to release your hand now. On the lithograph, race, human, level, 1, class, commoner, affiliation, none, occupation type, management, title, none, skill, none, reward and punishment, none are written. Isn't the level different? Leaving me puzzled, Uncle Soldier smoothly wrote the displayed writing from the lithograph onto a paper using a quill. Finally, he stamped the entry form, person approving, retainer of Earl Saoriu, Knight Zone, with his ring on the place where his name is written. Here, don't lose it next time. Uncle Soldier passes me the certificate while I give him a silver coin and 1 big copper coin taken from my pocket. What, you can properly put money on pocket? Aren't you quite watchful? Keep your ID safe from now on. Also, don't forget this. Residence permit is only for 10 days. If you want to stay longer, apply your request here or at the ward in the town hall. Wherever it is, the procedure costs 3 copper coin. If you're caught in town with an expired permit during homeless hunt, the penalty will be 1 silver coin. If you can't pay it, you'll be forced to become a slave. The explanation flowed smoothly, as if he's always doing it. Let's be careful not to forget it. Falling from vagrant to slave is severe. I wonder if it's the same with homeless hunting during Edo period. Thank you very much. Oh, you're welcome to the guard station for consultation if there's any trouble. Don't mind about the fee. I've heard something good. Thank you, Knight Son. I go out of the guard station with a polite farewell. I took quite a bit of time inside the station, that the main road from before to inside the gate is now filled with people with an exotic feel. There's a semicircular space with a radius of about 20 m between the gate and the town. Whether it is there to prevent confusion or for war, I don't know. The certificate is made with material resembling Japanese paper. Even though the cityscape is in Western style, the parchment is. Is it the limit of a dream? I fold it carefully into my pocket. Of course, I put it directly into the favorite folder inside my pocket. Let's look for a change of clothes while strolling the main street for now. Even after many washings, it's painful to only wear one set of clothes. I want to take a bath before changing clothes. I tried to search for a bathhouse attendant, but it was not applicable. I'm wondering if I got the occupation name wrong or if there are no bathhouses in the first place. If it's the latter, then I have no choice but to get hot water and take a bath inside my room in the inn later. You there? If you haven't decided on an inn, then come to ours. I'll give you some service. What? It's fine, it's cheaper than all the others, not, but it is filled with a devotion to delicious food and clean bedding. When I was thinking about how to get into a bath, someone suddenly pulled my arm and my consciousness came back. A random high-tension girl embraced my arm while pulling it. I wonder if she's a barker. It's a scene you usually see in a campus festival in modern Japan. I'm dragged to a store that looks like a bar while thoroughly enjoying the soft feeling wrapped around my arm. Because I entered from the main street, it feels dim. Mom! I brought a guest. Out of consideration for the softness transmitted to my arm, I have no more hesitation in deciding to stay in this inn. Yep, Poyo is justice. It's the first customer since the stars fell, isn't it? He doesn't have any luggage, is he really a guest? An auntie with a big body came out of the bar's counter-like place. Contrary to her figure, she's a beautiful woman with a face filled with dignity. I think she's about 30. I'm sorry for calling you auntie. However, even though these mother-daughter pair are natural beauties, why are they fat? Lose 10, number 20 kg, and they would be in my strike zone. Though I'm out if she's a married woman. An affair will only make everyone involved unhappy. Because of that, Starfall? My luggage ran out with my horse due to the uproar. Fortunately my wallet is safe, and I somehow got into this city. That's a disaster. RN charges 1 big copper coin for 1 night. If you're fine with sleeping together with other guests in a big room, then it'd be 2 copper coin. Meal is served at this bar for 1 serving. It's the limited service for an accommodation. Famu, I don't know the market price, so let's investigate the value of big copper coin and silver coin by paying for 10 days. The landlady has arithmetic and cleaning skills, so there won't be any mistake with calculation. Then, it's for 10 days please. Okay, it's exactly 2 silver coins then. I take out 2 silver coins and pass it to the landlady. It seems that 5 big copper coins equal 1 silver. It doesn't seem like she miscalculated either. Landlady, could I have my meal now? If possible, a light one. If it's something like oatmeal, black bread, or vegetables, then I could get it out right now. And I'm sorry, but meat hasn't appeared in the market, so there's none of that. Then black bread and a stew please. Okay, I'll bring it immediately, so just sit there. Martha, write the guest book for our customer here. The landlady goes to a place that looks like a kitchen, and in her place, a poster girl who looks like a head clerk from a historical drama holding a notebook tied up with string. Martha-chan, skips here. She's cute but she looks around a high schooler's age? A bit too young for me. Yes, I'm writing for you, so can you give me your name? It's Sato. Okay Sato. Your occupation and age please. I almost said 29-year-old programmer. According to status screen, it should be 15 years old. A peddler, 15 years old. Martha-chan smoothly fills the notebook. It looks to use yellow papers like the one used on Japanese calligraphy. When Martha attempted to chat after writing the inn registry, the landlady came out and told her to clean the second floor. The crystal clear stew with consommé-like soup, cabbage and carrot-like vegetables, and as announced before, without meat, is more delicious than I expected. There are 3 slices of about 2 centimeters thick black bread. It's harder than what I've heard, but feels about as hard as senbei. It looks like it would fill your stomach. I bite it full of curiosity. It feels like a meal full of strange SFX. Feeling satisfied for a meal after a long while, I pay the price. 1 copper coin. Usually it's prepaid. Come to think of it, Martha and the landlady use loanwords like service and oatmeal normally, but when I observed their lips, I know that they're speaking different words. I wonder if it's an appropriation of the Shiga language words. Lip reading skill acquired. Yeah, why, I can become a spy or a detective or rather. Landlady-san, I intend to buy some groceries and a change of clothes, do you know any good places? Although I know stores' location from the map, there are too many of them, I don't feel like going around all of them. If you want something with high-quality material, then the tailor on the city center would be the best. For something reasonable then the east is good, and if you want it cheap then the west. If you have money in excess then you could tailor it on the high-class shop at the inner wall, but you'd need gold coin. General goods stores usually open near clothing stores, so please plan your budget carefully. Thank you very much. I'll go to the East Street since tailoring seems that it would take some time. Okay, although there's Cayenne on the east, be careful of pickpockets. Since sometimes there are migrant workers from the west there. Yes, I will be careful. I leave the inn while thanking the landlady for the advice. It's starting to get hard to say that this is a dream. But I will work hard. 1 to 6. The marketplace, the princess, and the slave trade. Sato's here. It's Suzuki but I'm Sato. This is a dream, right? Please say that this is a dream, Johnny. A slight unrest began to arise inside my mind, when I went shopping on the Earl's Territory Metropolitan, Syria City. It's a few minutes walk to the east of Martha's Mother Inn. Come to think of it, I haven't heard the name of the inn, the map says Monzon Inn, is that it? Immediately after entering a series of food stalls, I smell something good. Isn't this the smell of soy sauce? Okonomiyaki and crepes are being baked on an iron plate. The seasoning seems to be soy sauce. Just as I thought, it's fine to call this a dream. There's no way soy sauce exists in a fantasy. Even though I've just had a meal, I buy one of them. Yep, it's delicious. I want pork cutlet sauce rather than soy sauce. The other stalls seems to be frying something that looks like croquettes. What a high food culture for a fantasy. I'm going around various stalls, trying various foods. How much is this gaba for 3 serving? It's 2 pennies. Expensive, isn't it 1 penny? Young ma'am, like that, we couldn't eat then, how about 2 pennies for 4 then? Give me 5 for 2. It can't be helped, since young ma'am's a beauty, I'll give in. I listened to some interesting conversation between an auntie and a food stall owner. Haggling basic at? Since I'm accustomed with just buying what's written on the price tag, it looks difficult. Eavesdropping skill acquired. Anything I can help, young man. Famu, from the conversation earlier a gaba seems to be about 0.4 to 0.5 pennies a pop. Since this uncle has arithmetic skill, he should have been able to calculate the minimum amount. I want to buy 2 gaba, is it alright with 1 penny? You've heard the conversation just now at? It's alright then. Young man have arithmetic skill too, right? You're pretty good for such young man. It's just a normal mental arithmetic though. I got 2 gaba fruit for 1 penny. Gaba is actually a fist-sized red pumpkin fruit. Incidentally, penny is an oblong-shaped coin weighing about 1 gram, it's a yellowish copper coin with high impurity. Estimation skill acquired. Haggling skill acquired. But I didn't haggle it. Is it because I saw the earlier haggle by the auntie? While wondering what to do with the gaba fruit, I looked around me. The stalls are all around the size of half a tatami, yet there are many of them. Furthermore, they're lively. While looking around the stalls, I raised estimation, haggling, arithmetic, negotiation, and scamming skills to the max level. After strolling around for 10 minutes, I finally found my goal. I choose a large shoulder bag from one of the stall. The price is displayed over the bag thanks to the estimation skill. Handy. It seems that I'd get hated if I suddenly bought it on market price. I understood the knack after 3 stores. I could get it to half the market price if I try to bargain for 3 to 4 times, but honestly, it's annoying. The spoils from the stalls. Large shoulder bag, a bit stylish bag, commoner's underwear for top and bottom plus 10 set, hand towel in various size, and handkerchief. The towel is just 2 pieces of clothes stacked together. I'm a bit dissatisfied. Also, even though I can't sew, 2 meter hemp cord, 5 bundles, cotton thread, 1 roll, sewing needle, 5, sewing scissors, cotton cloth, somehow there's a lot of them. Since I have the storage, there's no problem even if a lot of them end up unused. In all, it's 4 silver coins. Unexpectedly, clothing is more expensive than foods. I don't think I need to say this, but the first thing I bought, the shoulder bag, is a dummy. I will put things I bought into the bag and directly send it to the storage without being seen. I put some commoner's clothes inside the bag so that it doesn't look flat. I wanted to buy some robes or cloaks, but only worn out or cheap looking things were available, so I didn't. That's right, I want to confirm heat retention of the storage. I'll buy some properly hot things and put it inside. Shopping is fun. Now then, I wonder what else. Chair lined up ahead of the stalls, and there are a lot of old mans are drinking sake since morning. Drinking in daytime. Oh yeah, tableware. There should have been a shop that sells them among the one I've visited so far. That's right, shoes. I forgot about shoes. I want a reminder. There's a memo field inside the exchange tab of the menu, let's put the shopping list there. It's been a while since I saw the exchange tab. Over there I found the reason why I was level 1 when I entered the city. Those status was the same as the one written in this page. The upper limit for each attributes are chosen from the drop-down box here. Even the skills and title can be chosen as none. However, I could give false info however I want. I buy a pair of shoes suitable for rough journey, and a robe matching the shoes, also a sandal for each foot. I thought of buying everything since I have the storage, but I can't find shoes with correct size. I'll just order it on the main street's shoes store later. Hungry after a second round trip, I set my eyes on a store selling something that looks like shoyu ramen and went into it. Although the noodles are different, it's a proper ramen. Other was kneaded flour coiled in a stick varnished with miso-like substance then baked. It felt like a mismatch, but it was properly delicious. I also bought cups, pots, tableware that caught my attention. I bought them all. Also, a kitchen knife, hot pot, and frying pan. Somehow there were no cutting boards. Do people here don't use them? I casually bought a bathtub made of metal. As one would expect, the tub is too big to place into the bag, so I brought it quietly to the back of an alley and put it into the storage. And since it would look unnatural if I went back into the East Avenue, I decided to exit onto the main street. At the East Street stalls overflow, making the street there squeezed on the center. Here, the main street is about 6-meter width, horse carriage and human-powered cart are going back and forth on it. Just like the street earlier, different from what I imagined of a fantasy, the street here are very clean. There are no body of dead animals lying around. There are also no bum on the alleyway. The stalls are sparse here unlike on the East Street, in exchange there are a lot of stores instead. There are many people with good attire walking around the street. Are collars popular? The people who are pulling carts generally wear collar. When I search for it, they're slaves. Mysteriously, all the slaves wear collars, reason unknown. A carriage coming from the downtown drops its speed to match the walking speed of the pedestrians. The carriage passes in front of me. There are around 10 women slaves inside. My eyes are glued to one of them. A girl befitting to be called Yamato Nadeshiko, featuring black hair and black eye, although she looks like she's been in a long journey. Since the great majority of people looks like Northern European, this is probably the first time I've seen Asian face. The girl set her eyes downcast, our eyes met when she lifted up, and even though there's no dramatic development, somehow the little girl featuring orthodox Northern European face with light purple wavy hair standing next to her looked very surprised when she saw me. No, well, it's troubling when you stare so hard at me. I'm not into loli. When I took a long look at the little girl, a pop-up with her name and level appeared next to her. Arisa. Level 10. Her level is high for a little girl. Further informations appear. 11 years old. Title, Witch of the Lost Kingdom Mad Princess. Skill, unknown. The carriage disappeared toward the West Street. Frankly, those were some trouble-inviting titles. No, I won't approach it, okay? Absolutely. Let's go back to my original purpose. I searched the map for tailor or shoemaker, and found them gathered near the side street, so I went there. Most of them had young women clerks, which isn't fit for an old man, so I went into the shop with a kind-hearted looking middle-aged couple. Pardon me, do you have a solid merchant-like robe with calm color? Welcome, please come over here, we will bring you sample cloths. There were 5 ready-made goods on the rack there, but it's been selling well recently. The husband guide me to the lounge and take out the samples from the interior. In harmony, the wife bring out tea-like drink. It's an elegant cup. Since it'll be cold from now on, how about this thick fabric? If you're going on a journey, then we can also prepare a matching waterproof cloak, how about it, sir? These are excellent goods. Maybe. These are the types that the largest clothing store buy a lot, with a lot of color variety. The 5 variety of the well-selling goods probably also have cloak order accompanying them. The tailoring will need 5 days to finish. If I only buy one, then it's only 3 days. 5 gold is quite a large sum, but it's a money needed for necessary things. However, I want at least one change of robe before the day is over. I feel like I don't know the TPO if I go the inner wall with this battered robe I'm wearing. Master, since this shop is only for tailoring, do you know shops selling ready-made goods? As you can see, the robe I'm wearing is battered from the journey. I want to buy temporary clothes before the tailoring is done. For ready clothes, I recommend Powell Clothing on the Teputa Street. Although it's my stupid son's clothes, I can assure his cloth-making skill. It's quite famous among the commoners, so it's quite enough for temporary clothes. Promoting his son's shop at. I politely refuse when he's offering to draw a map. It's enough with oral instructions, so I get out of the shop. I almost forgot to take the deposit receipt until I was called by the Mrs. Shopkeeper in hurry. I bought 2 robes, one is a calming dark brown color and the other is a gaudy red with yellow stripes. The former is as said before, and the latter, let's omit the story behind it. My line of vision went into the valley of the female clerk. Of course, I also order shoes on the tailor. 1 for walking in the city, 2 boots for journey. When I came back to the Martha's Inn after shopping, the sun was already sinking for the day. 1 to 7. Open air bath, objective, and sightseeing. Satu's here. The petty one who doesn't want to get involved with the dangerous-looking slave, Satu. It's a dream. My self-suggestion is reaching the limit. It's another world that's most likely a dream, become my compromise. Yes, however small the possibility is, I won't give up. My heart broke when Martha said that a bathroom is not available except at the Lord's castle. Since the food and sanitation culture of the town were pretty high, I thought that bathrooms also mattered. I thought of bathing in the room with the tub, but since it'd get the room moldy due to the moisture, I was told to do it in the backyard since it also has a well. The backyard is about 6 tatami wide. The well is not that far from the back door, it's not equipped with a pump and is the type that uses buckets to draw water, usually used in older days. I'm using one of the 2 wooden tubs available. I thought that I would struggle, but thanks to my high status, it was easy. Thought they said backyard, the fences are only around my waist high. Even though there are only few pedestrians traffic, there are still some. It's already dim during the dusk, but if I take a bath in place like this, isn't this like an exhibition? When I look around, there's a partitioning screen near the back door. I see, am I meant to use this? After I put up the screen, I started bathing with the cold water. Though it's only about as high as my waist, it's enough for shielding the view. Dang, I forgot to buy soap. There's probably no shampoo, but if it's just soap it should be available. Let's look for it tomorrow. A woman comes out of the back door. It's a blonde beauty on later half of her 20s. How do I say this? This town has a lot of beautiful women. Our eyes match. Ayan. Disgusting. I'm disgusted with myself. After the woman finished drawing the water into the tub, she started bathing after putting the screen. There's a screen between us, it is, but whenever she moves a little, the upper body is. Well, I estimate it to be D-cup, Purun, it's asserting itself. She did cover it by hand, but it got unexposed occasionally. No, I'm not a DT, I summon all my strength to avert my gaze and go back to wash my body. Restrain yourself, my healthy lower body. I glanced at the female's face, she's wearing an expression full of deliberate composure. As I thought, adult women are nice. I wipe my clean body with the towel. Wonder where I should put the water. There is no drainage. It's okay to sprinkle the water on the garden plants. There's a drainage below the plants. I wonder if I looked pathetic since the woman teach me. I thanked her and went back to the inn after throwing the water. I want you to overlook my glance during my way back. Surveillance skill acquired. Poker face skill acquired. I changed into the new robe after bathing, feeling refreshed. The dinner was still mainly vegetables, but the taste really came out, it was delicious. Though I prefer it to be a tad thicker. The service was raw salad. I'd be happier if it were meat. I feel that the protein was a bit insufficient, so I took out jerky from my pocket and gnaw on it. I wanted to drink sake, but the customers around me drink an unrefined-looking local sake, causing my craving to stop. I want to drink some cold beer. After the meal, there is no light when I come back to my room. Not even light from magic. Work harder, fantasy. When I ask the landlady who's struggling with drunken people, it's 1 copper coin if you want a lamp, so she says. By the way, the lamp has to be returned later. It seems that the guys who are awake stay in the bar to drink the night away, only the guys who want to sleep go back to their room. The toilet is shared together, scooping styled. When I think about it, doing it on the outdoor like I always did until yesterday is better than this. There's a bundle of straw that looks like a wiping cloth. Since it seemed that I'd get hemorrhoid if used that, I cut a handkerchief in suitable size and use it. This isn't eco-friendly, but I don't want to save for this kind of thing. I come back to the room after finishing the business. The light from the lamp is dim. There's probably some magic items able to be used as illumination among the loots, but I'm afraid that the inn could be half destroyed if I take out the wrong item. The rented room is 8 tatami wide with a single-sized wooden bed. There are also chair and desk. The chair having no roller legs is a matter of course, but even the desk doesn't have a drawer. The window is small enough that when you put your face to look outside it feels cramped. I wonder if it's for ventilation. The landlady warned me to close it before I sleep to prevent crime. Fortunately, I can still see the menu screen even in the dark. From now on, let's fill the memo column in the menu with objectives. Act 1. Let's really think about whether this is a dream or reality. For the time being, as to not have anything that I'd regret later if this was really a real another world, let's temporarily recognize that this is really another world. Yes, temporarily. I can't give up in that regard. Act 2. Let's be wary of the surroundings. Even though I could escape from danger thanks to my high level, I should not act too antisocial that it would hinder me from touring another world. Also, although I don't know how strong they are, there are gods here, let's not be overconfident of my own ability and act careless. Act 3. Let's obtain means for self-defense. I want to obtain a method to neutralize opponents, or skills and magic to weather through a troublesome situation. I want to refrain from raining meteors every time there's trouble. Act 4. I want to find a way back to reality. If it's a dream then a way to wake up, if it's thrown into another world situation then let's find a way to go back. I don't intend to act too positive though. Act 5. Might as well enjoy the exotic atmosphere. With how real this all feel, sightseeing is enjoyable. My budget is plentiful anyway. Let's ask Mr. Knight if there's do-it-all person who's willing to guide me for a tour. Are these all? I added soap in the postscript before I slept. This is the first time I've been asked to be a tour guide. So she says, the 20-years-old jack of all trades, Nadi-san, while laughing bashfully. She's not a beauty, but she's full of cute gestures. She must be plainly popular. Normally she's a contractor for miscellaneous job from the worker guild, apparently, hired to become a tour guide is quite unusual. Since walking is a pain, I borrow a roofless horse-drawn carriage to tour the town. The West Street is not too prosperous so the citizen not only deal with the front store, but also various slightly grey goods in the back. For example, well, something like love potion on the alchemist and pawn shop, moneylender, even brothels exist. The slave company is also located on the same street. I reacted to slave word. I don't want to meet that little girl, I can only feel trouble from her. Oh? Do you have an interest for slaves? Guard job is impossible, but they can be made to carry your load or chore during your journey. Most peddlers usually employ them. Recently they closed after the stars fell before, but they're going to resume. They will open 3 days after the day after tomorrow. It seems that the slaves that the slave company buy are leftovers from the slave market or in training. There's usually a slave auction held once a month. If you want to hire guards for the journey, then there are a lot of them gathered in the bar. Since it's hard to find trusty ones, in case the need arise, do ask Jack of all trades by all means. The carriage proceed along the inner wall of the West Street. Around here is the craftsman's block. Woodwork, blacksmithing, leather craft, and many other craftsmen are here. Most of them don't have an actual store. Generally they open small store or stall and directly sell their products to the customer in person. Can they repair weapon and armor over here? If you have a craftsman acquaintance there then there's no problem, but generally to prevent trouble, one usually go to the arms shop as an intermediate. There are high-class arms shops within the inner wall for knights, and shops for soldiers and general public on the Baiso Street in the eastern town. Hunters like to go to the western town since there are a lot of meat processing stores there along with an arms shop. Let's just roughly look at each store on the street. It probably won't end in one day. Come to think of it, isn't the Lord's mansion located in the north? You're well informed. Do you want to look inside the inner wall for a bit? Though there's only harvest work to be seen there. Well, I'd hate to be mistaken as a food thief if I walk there on foot. The carriage proceed along the western inner wall, toward the narrow street between the inner and outer wall. After advancing for a while we got to the open gate, the soldiers guarding the gate are present too. The driver nods to the guard and continue to enter the northern district. There's a vast farmland over there. The carriage continue on the farm road. The farmers are harvesting gaba, the same fruit I bought yesterday. I don't know if it's normal, but there are a lot of kids around elementary school age helping. Those children are probably from the orphanage. Since it's currently harvest season, the children from the town might be coming here to work. Even children work? No more neat. My face became strange for a little while. If they're not from wealthy family, then children around that age normally work. Don't they go to school? Who please, supports Ryuhu City. School? If they're nobles or come from wealthy family then they usually study in private, but schools only exist in the royal capital. Furthermore, the gaba fruits those children harvest are actually staple foods for people with light wallets. But the inn serves bread and thin rice porridge, sometimes even stew, right? No, well, Monzon Inn is relatively high level so they don't serve gaba fruit. On the West Street, most stalls are selling flat bread, gruel, and pickled vegetables. It has strong smell, bitter, and hard to chew so the wealthy rarely ever eat it. Since you can eat cheap things until your stomach full, they're not only eaten by the orphanage children but also by about half of the general populace too. If it's like that, won't normal potatoes suffice? The quantity of the yearly harvest differ. Although the harvest area becomes smaller, they could be harvested in 1 month period and rarely fail. Furthermore, it has a property that enable it to fertilize fallow. Thanks to gaba fruit, the number of orphanages has increased dramatically. What a convenient fantasy fruit! Even opportunism has limit. Even so, Nadi-san is quite knowledgeable. She looks like a literary woman graduated from the Royal Capital School. I wasn't raised in the manor inside the wall. The food situation in rural area was pretty terrible. She grew up outside at, I wonder if the Lord has a monopoly. It's a subtle mystery. It's goblins' favorite food. If it's not a place surrounded by wall like this, goblins would come in a blink of an eye and devour them greedily. Back in the day, there was an explosive increase of goblins in the northern part of the kingdom. The scholar who investigated the cause concluded that it's related to gaba fruit. In those days, if someone found a gaba tree they would burn it down, then it began to be used as a food source and now it has become the staple food of the lower strata people. However, even now, if someone finds a gaba tree, they would burn it down. The wall around the farm is quite a bit lower than the town's wall. Is it around 2.5 meters? I wonder what that tower standing tall 1 kilometer away is? It's been in my mind since before I entered the farm. It's around 20 meters tall and looks surprisingly rugged. That's a self-defense mechanism built to repulse wyvern attacks. The one in the castle is for the castle's defense, the one here is used when the attacks come to the farm. About 40 years ago when the Black Dragon attacked, it played a very big role. Back then, although a tower half as tall as this was brought down, the records depicting the successful repelling remain. Repel. Did it escape through the sky? Leaving aside the wyvern, as expected, defeating true dragon is impossible. Only someone like the ancestor king, Yamato, who was a great magician, or Saga Empire's Hiro are able to do something like that. Hiro, Saga Empire has this hero's summoning great magic. Since the compensation is enormous, except when the 66-year Demon King's resurrection cycle begin, it's not performed. Yamato-sama and Saga Empire's founder were also heroes who were summoned when the world was in crisis back in the day. It's so dreamy. As I thought, these Yamato and Saga-san. I can slightly see through why the holy swords were named Excalibur and such. When the story was finished, the one-lap tour around the farm was also finished. The carriage went back towards the inner wall. 1 to 8. The demon, the knight, and the magician. Satu's here. Dumbfounded because the long-awaited route abruptly closed. An existence that can only be expressed as a demon descended. Having horns like a ram, dark red glowing eyes, and a jet black gleaming body. 4 arms, bat wings, and a split stinger tail. Truly a demon. The demon mowed down the knights effortlessly. The plaza became full of toppled carriages and dead bodies scattered around. It suddenly appeared in the middle of a peaceful afternoon. The inner wall is mostly occupied by mansions of the nobles and the wealthy, while the shops are only located on the side of the main street leading to the castle. When we arrived at the inner wall, we got off the carriage and started taking a stroll around the luxury shops guided by Nadi-san. This is the shop who sells the high-class armor for the knights. The shop doesn't only have metal armor. Sometimes they have magic armor available. You'd need dozens of gold coin for that. This one here is the largest jewelry shop around. Especially their service for ruby and sapphire is the best in the kingdom. As for commoners, I recommend Liz Jewelry across the street. If you want robes tailored, then this shop is good. Although it had been on the wane for a bit, last year, after the son who come back from the royal capital succeeded the shop, it became awfully popular. Since one article cost around 2 to 3 gold coin, commoners don't come here, but it may be a good idea for merchants who just got a big job to order here to increase their prestige. Nadi-san is so wiki certified knowledgeable. As expected of a jack of all trades. Although luxurious-looking horse carriages come and go from the castle to the plaza, the traffic is relatively sparse for our carriage to stop on the road. I wonder if Nadi-san is thirsty after that much talking? This is the most popular open terrace shop for sweets and tea among women in Suzuki City. Nadi-san's eyes are sparkling. It doesn't seem like a plea, just pure longing. Nadi-san, my throat has dried up. Since we're here already, let's take a break there. Yes, I understand. Please go ahead, I will wait here. Suddenly, a lonely decision. You don't want to enter, Nadi-san. I'm sorry, since this is a high-class tea shop. Please tell me stories about the castle and the plaza while we drink. Of course, I will pay for the tea and sweets. Nadi-san's eyes are shining, but it quickly become cloudy. Is it that expensive? Let's be forceful here. Let's go. I tenderly led her hand inside the shop. I was a bit prepared for it, but a set of tea and sweets are only 1 silver coin. Isn't that cheap? That was what I thought, but considering that amount will let you stay for 5 days in a high-class inn, it's probably quite expensive for the general public. Even though it's an open terrace cafe, they put stylish marble tables there. The teacup and the pot look expensive too. The tea tastes like an Assam tea. It doesn't seem like they put sugar and milk though. In exchange, they serve it along with sweet baked cookies. It seems that you eat it with cottage cheese or jam spread. Is this that desirable? When I look at the girls in the surroundings, everyone is eating something that looks like hotcakes full of honey cream. So I called the waiter and asked for 2 servings of the hotcakes. It's 3 silver coin. Delicious. It's certainly delicious. Particularly the charming happy expression from Nadi-san's face. Even while enjoying the sweets, Nadi-san didn't forget her professional duty. She talked about the land reclamation of the Suzuki City Castle and various other things. Such peaceful afternoon tea time did not last long. Initially, a big shadow passes through the plaza. Followed by deep bass screams. Crossing the plaza, a gigantic fireball pierces into the castle. One spire crumbles forward. After the cloud of dust and the sound from the collapsed spire expire, the people who were frozen in the plaza restarted. Screams arise, soldiers urge them to take shelter in angry voice. The 4-armed demon float in the plaza while spreading his black wings. Is there a custom for a demon to come play in the afternoon in this town? There is no such thing. Quickly, let's escape. Nonchalant skill acquired. I said something foolish. Nadi-san pulled my arm to urge me to escape, but maybe her waist lost its strength, she can't get up. Though it's shameful, I look at the situation around me to incite me to act. Somehow I can't digest the acquired information very well. As if my body is moving separately from my head. When the second fireball crosses through the rampart to the castle wall, a semi-transparent blue barrier stretched in the sky, and the fireball stopped. Just before the barrier set, groups of knights and magicians come out of the castle wall. Besiege him. Why don't you guys utilize the castle's defense? For someone so pathetic he can't even get up off his chair, I cursed at the knights. Even though I got knowledge about battle only from manga and games. The demon lands on a flower bed in the center of the plaza. He deliberately chooses to fight on the ground instead of in the sky with its advantage. The heavy infantries in the back let loose a rain of arrows. Sounding like violent rainfall, the plaza is pierced. Unfortunately, every arrow that hit the black body of the demon is repelled. 3 cavalry knights holding lances on their left hand line up to assault the demon together. The demon exhales purple breath from his mouth toward the knights. Is that a poisonous breath? The face of the knights and the horse who got direct hits look pretty terrible. The knights who lose their vigor fell off their mounts and got kicked by the demon, flying to their companions. From the opposite side of those knights, another 3 cavalry rush forward. Although the first 2 knights got mowed down by the demon's tail, the other one who was late successfully impaled the demon's body with their lance. The knights who got mowed down by the tail stand up, and strike the demon with their swords. The demon parries the knight's attack with his claws and roars. Debris and little rocks rise and swirl around the center of the demon's jet-black body, the swirling speed gradually increase. A chilling premonition crawls up my spine. I lift my body off the chair. I thought of escaping, but Nadi-san, who's still weak in her waist and can't get up, entered my vision. There is no time. Escape is impossible. I pulled down Nadi-san from the chair, and direct the thick marble desk toward the demon as a shield. I couldn't see it from my position, but at this time, the demon unleashed shockwaves of vacuum blades in all directions. It was close, but I managed to hold Nadi-san behind the marble desk. Heavy impact shocked the desk. Part of the marble was blown off from the vacuum blade. The view from the open terrace becomes tragic. The shops surrounding the plaza are either partially or completely destroyed. One is even struck with a small carriage terribly. I took a sidelong glance at the demon, who began to walk toward the soldiers who were struck with the shockwave, and carry the unconscious Nadi-san to leave the plaza. I run like the wind toward the main street while carrying Nadi-san. The people who are evacuating are hustling to the inner wall. It's a dangerous situation. I turned down a side street before arriving at a packed crowd. Since both my hands are occupied, I operated the menu with thought and raised the 3D maneuver and jump skill to level 10. Approaching the inner wall, I found a big building. Jumping while alternating between the inner wall and the building's wall like a ninja in manga, I cross over the inner wall. Retreat skill acquired. When I check the map, it seems that here is the verge of the east town. I forcibly stop a carriage that happened to pass by and ask the driver to escort Nadi-san to the Workers' Guild. The coachman is reluctant at first, but he cheerfully undertook the job when I shove him a gold coin. Persuasion skill acquired. Bribing skill acquired. This is not the time to scrimp on money. I rely on the memory from yesterday, and take out a certain item from the storage while running. 1 to 9. Let's dance with the demon. First part. Satu's here. Finding out my incompetence, Satu. Real demon is way too scary. Especially that roar. Please do try hearing a lion's roar while standing close to the cage in a zoo. No matter how safe you know you actually are, if your heart isn't prepared, scary thing is scary. I came to the rooftop of a building where the plaza can be seen. From there I could see the demon and dozens of soldiers encircling it. Furthermore, the soldiers from the gate are protecting magicians behind them. Maybe the knights are seeing a chance for assault. The cavalry's joined into formation with the soldiers in the back. The demon became the victim of the spear thrusts and arrows by the soldiers from the back. Apparently the demon is playing around. The assaults didn't do anything, he catches the soldiers who attack him and seems to enjoy breaking their bones. If the demon is the same existence as the ancient one, the soldiers probably taste terrifying fear and anger from seeing their friends killed. Now then, it's good that I'm back, but there is no room to intervene in close combat. My appearance differs from what I wore earlier, now donning a worn-out cloak with a hood. Since I know that it'll get dirty anyway, I don't wear the expensive one. I take out the magic gun from my bosom. It's not the handgun type, but the one that resemble rifle with big scope. The demon moves around 300 meters away, so it's hard to take aim. Right at the time when the soldiers pull away, the magicians cast magic that buries the lower half of the demon's body in the ground. I pull the trigger on this good opportunity while the demon is unable to move. And missed. Apparently I was too tense when I pulled the trigger. The line of fire came down a bit. Fortunately I did not accidentally shoot the soldier. The demon continuously got hit by fire and lightning magic, but encircled by a barrier, he doesn't seem to take any damage. The moment the demon stopped moving, I rapidly fire the magic gun, set at the lowest setting. The third shot finally hit. Beside the demon a gauge appeared and decreased by a little bit. What is this? A game? Shooting skill acquired. Aiming skill acquired. Sniping skill acquired. In the corner of my view, the small log window displays messages for acquiring skill. Looking away was a bad move. Without any time to avoid, a lightning bolt sent by the demon hit me. After hitting me hard, the lightning struck the foothold I'm on. The roof of the building got destroyed. Lightning magic, demon skill acquired. Lightning resistance skill acquired. Paralyze resistance skill acquired. Pain tolerance skill acquired. Ouch ouch, my hands and feet are tingling. If I had to say, it feels like the numbness you got after doing CISA. When I look at my own HP gauge, I've received 5 points of damage. Come to think of it, I haven't checked the level of the demon. I lament for a moment. How temperamental is that thing? For the time being, let's quickly look at the important things. Demon Tribe, Level 62, Lightning Magic, Demon, Wind Magic, Demon, Darkness Magic, Demon, Fighting, Flight Skills. I push aside the building's wreckage. It doesn't seem like I'm being pursued. Self-healing skill acquired. When I see my HP bar, before I noticed, it has been recovered. Natural healing. Hey? I move toward other building from the back alley. I assign skill point for pain tolerance, lightning resistance, paralyze resistance, shooting and self-healing while moving. I found a 3-story building 100 meters away from the earlier one. I jump over the wall and onto the roof. Since the soldiers surrounding the demon has decreased to less than half, the methods to attack the demon increased for me. I take out bow and arrow from the storage and aim at the demon. I have never used a bow until now, but thanks to the sniping and shooting skills earlier, I somehow understand the aim. Aim and shoot. I take a good aim, the moment when the demon stopped, shoot. And missed. The hand which pulled the bowstring hurt. After that, no matter how many I shoot, none hit. Even though I understand how to shoot the bow, there is no result. The enclosing soldiers have become considerably sparse. I discovered a route where I could get close to the demon discreetly. After marking the map, I dropped down from the roof. I equipped the Scale Tribe's spear. If I knew this would happen, I'd have gotten leather armor tailored. Holding the spear with both hands, I hide in the shadows. Spy skill acquired. Since I got a skill that looks useful, I immediately allocate skill points to it. There are several overturned big carriages on the way to the demon. I head there. When I invoke the spy skill, my footsteps disappear. Maybe it's just my imagination. The demon's roar can be heard and the knights got hit by lightning. That roar seems to be a spell-casting procedure. When the demon's attention wanders off, I shorten the distance and thrust the spear from behind. Stab. With that kind of unpleasant sound, the sensation of tearing real flesh is transferred to my hand. Me being a chicken, unintentionally separate my hand from the spear. My hands and legs are trembling. The demon's tail strikes the unmoving me from a blind spot, sending me flying 3 meters away. I stopped at the carriage wreckages after rolling on the ground. Surprise attack skill acquired. Spear skill acquired. Shock resistance skill acquired. My HP is only reduced by 1 point. However, I don't know whether this is because of excitement or fear from my first close-quarter combat, my trembling limbs don't stop. Fortunately the demon turned his attention to the knights who restarted their assault. I take a deep breath many times. The trembling subside for a little. Fear resistance skill acquired. Reckless courage skill acquired. I equip a small sword and shield made from bronze in the shadow of the wreckages. I left the sword in the scabbard and put it on my waist belt. Usually one would use metal fixture or special belt to hold it, but it can't be helped since I don't have it. Let's buy it later. I also prepare a small bow with an arrow. It's an arrow with a bone arrowhead. The demon is only a little over 10 meters away, but I still don't think I'd hit. The demon lifted an attacking soldier and threw him at the knights. I match the timing to his throwing and dash closer, shooting the arrow at 0 distance unnoticed. Bow skill acquired. I discard the bow immediately, and slash the demon the moment I unsheathed the sword. The small sword broke. To break bronze in 1 hit. IAI skill acquired. One-handed sword skill acquired. While cursing with incomprehensible words, the demon attacked with poisonous claws. I promptly decide to receive the attack with the shield, but it's also coming from the other side. The judgment come in the spur of the moment, using the broken sword to guard. Of course, such thing can't defend the attack and breaks in a single blow from the poisonous claw. Demon language skill acquired. Poison resistance skill acquired. I wanted to immediately enable the poison resistance skill, but there is no leeway to operate the menu in Battlefield. I prevent the poisonous claw coming from the opposite side with the shield, and throw the grip I have in my hand to the demon. Shield skill acquired. Throwing skill acquired. While trying to take out a weapon from the shadow of my mantle, I neglected my guard, tumbled by the demon's tail. I rolled over. Furthermore, his foot tramples in pursuit. Famu! 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 3 waves of stomping consecutively come. My body finally breaks away from the loop on the 4th attack. Evasion skill acquired. Kicking the ground with strange posture, I take a distance from the demon. Finally gaining time, I allocated skill points to evasion, shield, poison resistance, shock resistance 1 by 1. Covered by the mantle, I retrieve a dagger and a firewood club from the storage. I slip the dagger on my belt, and hold the club. Somehow I got the feeling that a look of ridicule is floated on the face of the demon. I wonder if demon has self-healing ability. His HP is recovering. There is no such skill in his skill column. Is it a specific race characteristic? From the corner of my view I saw the knights readying for the next assault. I carefully measure the distance while preparing the club. Ignoring the knight's assault, the demon keep his attention here. I leap and strike the club at the demon's bust. It break when it contact the black body of the demon. I defend from the demon's poisonous claws with the shield, avoid the tail sweep with minimum movement and jump. I slash with the dagger. The demon couldn't avoid it but is somehow able to parry with his claws. One-handed stick skill acquired. Dagger skill acquired. Parry skill acquired. The knights begin to run towards us. When they reach the middle of the plaza, I stagger the demon by ramming my shield into it. I jump backward by using the recoil. Leaping over the horses and their riders. Shield bash skill acquired. The knights attack once then withdraw, then another one does the same, thrusting his lance and withdrawing. Cooperation skill acquired. From the 3-man formation, the last one fails to withdraw due to the demon's tail attack. Both the horse and the man topple over. I kicked at the demon who tried to finish the knight from the flank. Kicking skill acquired. I picked up a spear with broken tip near my foot fallen from the soldier and put back the dagger in the scabbard. As expected, a dagger's reach is too short so it's easy to parry, it's troublesome. I elude the demon by using the spear with a broken tip to gain time so that the knights and soldiers who have fallen from their horses can withdraw. While parrying I also strike some part of the demon's feet, sometime hitting the arms carefully as not to make this into unilateral defensive battle. Two-handed stick skill acquired. The spear finally broke after becoming a prey of the poisonous claws. The demon's eyes are shining. Because I have a bad feeling about that, I raised the shield and put my whole body in the shadow of my mantle. It's probably some kind of evil gaze attack. Is it charm, paralyze, or petrification? The mantle and the shields turned into stone. I endured it somehow, only the mantle and shield got sacrificed. It might have been dangerous if I moved a bit later. Petrification resistance skill acquired. Since nearing the demon might mean getting petrified, before he comes I allocate skill points to parry, petrification resistance. Petrification attacks might not be exclusive to demons alone. 1 to 10. Let's dance with the demon. Final part. Greetings from the battlefield, the commentator Suzuki Ichiro, will be sent off by me, Satu. Expect getting even more skills with increasing tension, Satu's here. While pretending to be dead behind the mantle, I activate many skills but I didn't expect for it to cause a situation like that. Well then, let's start. Let's dance with the demon. Final part. I take out a two-handed sword from the shadow of my mantle. At the same time, the magicians begin their counterattack, after waiting behind their formation. Fireball, firestorm, wind blade, lightning. 3 systematic magics assault the demon one after another, and it also lands on me who is seemingly petrified near the demon. Furthermore, more attacks come after a bit. Stone bullet, sandstorm, water ball, snowstorm. The last one to arrive is simply a pillar of light piercing through heaven. Fire magic skill acquired. Wind magic skill acquired. Lightning magic skill acquired. Fire resistance skill acquired. Wind resistance skill acquired. Earth magic skill acquired. Water magic skill acquired. Ice magic skill acquired. Earth resistance skill acquired. Water resistance skill acquired. Ice resistance skill acquired. Light magic skill acquired. Light resistance skill acquired. The log flowed at a great speed. Maybe because of my level the damage isn't much, but unpleasant things are unpleasant. The demon seems to think the same, and returned lightning magic to the magician's lot. Probably predicting it, the magicians defended with a barrier before the lightning hit. Already breaking apart from the magic earlier, I shatter the petrified mantle and shield. Being a bit away from the demon, I stand up and immediately jump to close the distance. Aiming at the demon's head I swing the two-handed sword. Since the demon tilted his head, the full attack did not connect, but I succeeded in cutting one of his horn. Two-handed sword skill acquired. Helm splitter skill acquired. Air battle skill acquired. Weapon destruction skill acquired. The soldiers are looking over here while saying something. They're probably surprised that someone who just got shot by barrages of magic could calmly fight. With my disheveled long blonde hair swaying on the back and the silver mask reflecting the sunlight, I face the demon. I thought that a hooded mantle would suffice, but it was a good decision to prepare additional disguises as an insurance. After receiving that much concentrated fire, the demon finally suffered about 20% damage. I bear the two-handed sword on my shoulder. I have no problem wielding it, but it's hard to balance my body due to the weight. It's good that I become younger and all, but since my body also became lighter it might be a minus in a battle. For now, the demon is too close to the magician's base. If I don't somehow lead it away from the plaza. I don't want you to misunderstand me, this is not because some sort of heroism of not wanting any victims. The reason is quite selfish, they do damage the demon, however small it is, so it's troubling if they're all annihilated. The demon attacks during the gap where my thoughts derailed. Dashing on the ground, the poisonous claws rushed towards me. Even if tried to shake the demon off with the two-handed sword, it boldly closed the distance, not letting me get away. I throw the two-handed sword at the demon to elude the poisonous claws, taking out a hatchet from the mantle and use it to cut the demon. Because the hatchet stuck deeper than I thought, I left it there and avoided the demon's counter. One-handed axe skill acquired. While empty-handed, I'm exchanging blow with the demon while retreating. Sometimes, I pick up weapons dropped by the soldiers on the ground to add on to the attack. Since I haven't activate physical attack-related skills, the damage I'm doing is small. Should I break the deadlock soon? Most knights have wounds all over the body, only a few of them are unhurt. There aren't any useless shots from the magicians either, seems that they ran out of magic power. Seemingly, it's not only me who thinks so. From the castle gate several horses come out pulling a cannon. I position myself to divert the demon's attention from the gate until the cannon finished setting up. When I get near the wreckages I draw the demon's attention. Behind the wreckages, I switch my weapon. I put a blacksmith's hammer onto my waist, and wield a two-handed axe and a sledgehammer in each hand. It's not really practical, but thanks to my maxed STR, I can wield it just fine. Maybe because I look ferocious, the demon's expression become unpleasant. I jump from behind the carriage. First let's strike with the sledgehammer. The demon guarded to the right with both hands, but without minding it I slashed from the opposite side with the two-handed axe. The axe cut through, and the arm fell. I remember, from some manga, about an episode of an arm that had been separated from the body attacking independently. Let's pay attention to that arm. Two-handed axe skill acquired. Two-handed hammer skill acquired. Dual wielding skill acquired. Herculean strength skill acquired. Though it's a different story with a surprise attack, after all fighting using a sledgehammer with one hand is difficult, I fight single-mindedly with the two-handed axe. The cannon still isn't prepared yet. The demon inhale greatly. Magic. I close the distance. But, that was a bad move. The demon let out an acid breath. Even though I've seen it once, I completely forgot that it has this kind of attack. I guarded with the axe, which immediately broke. The wig and the robe got terribly burnt. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I go to the nearest cover, throw off the robe behind the bronze statue, and wear a new mantle. I wore commoner clothes underneath the robe, yet there's also a large hole in it too. If the surface area of the axe wasn't big, my face would have burned. Decay resistance skill acquired. Quick dressing skill acquired. I allocate decay resistance and quick dressing with skill points. I wonder what the variety for skills are. I want a wiki. Since the axe is no longer usable as a weapon, I throw it away. I try to strike once with the blacksmith hammer from my waist. Since it didn't seem very effective, I put it back when I got the skill. One-handed hammer skill acquired. Blacksmith skill acquired. I think blacksmithing is quite different to this. Meanwhile, the cannon installation is complete, but it seems that it will require some time before it could fire. I pick up the sledgehammer which I discarded earlier. Of course the demon doesn't let up his attacks, but whether it's because of the avoid skill, or because I'm getting used to fighting, I've reached the point where I have some margins in this fight. I should end this soon. I allocate skill points to one-handed sword. The cannon seems to be ready to fire. Magicians on both sides of the cannon begin to cast spells. The demon seems to be really worried about the cannon. It's putting up an air. The demon charges toward the cannon during the gap when I avoided its tail attack. I discard the heavy sledgehammer, and pick up a sword lying on the way while chasing the demon. The demon, with agility belying that huge body, jumps over multiple soldiers who block the way. The light soldier with spears immediately cover, but they become prey to the poisonous claw. But the demon stopped. Just like the demon, I jump over the soldiers and cut one wing off the demon, then I pierce the sword to its leg and stitch it to the ground. After getting the sword skill, I could understand the principle of swordsmanship. The demon only has 30% remaining on its HP gauge. Furthermore, I pull the only remaining arm of the demon to the ground. I intersect the demon's arm to its leg, and with my free hand pick a spear left by the killed soldiers earlier to use it to crucify the demon on the ground. Fighting skill acquired. Capture skill acquired. I look at a person who looks like a commander besides the cannon who's measuring the timing to shoot the cannon. I fix the demon with another spear, and nodded there. The commander swing down his arm, at the same time, I jump off from the line of fire. The cannon shoots out a buckshot and innumerable wounds appear on the demons. Moreover, as a final blow, a magic combo like earlier struck. I wonder if the cannon can't shoot multiple rounds, it didn't finish the dying demon. The magicians probably don't have enough magic power either, only 3 people cast spells. I could end it if I run there with the sword, but let's give the honor of ending the demon's life to those guys. Like I said earlier, this is not out of goodwill, even if the opponent is a demon, I don't like killing with my own hand. It's really stupid, but I'm from society unrelated to violence since a long time ago. Even though I eat meat and fish, I shirk on killing. Putting that aside, the demon used the tattered hand freed from the stitch to lift up its body from the ground, raised a roar and destroyed the cannon with lightning magic. Is there no one who could use a barrier anymore? Then the slightly late magicians use magic to shave the little of the demon's strength, HP. Furthermore, the knights get off their horses and sidle up to the demon with their long swords ready. It'll end after the encircling completely, hey! Amen. The end can already be seen, but the demon hasn't given up yet. The hand which has been restrained by the knights is thrust into its own chest, pulling out a dark red heart. The pulled heart is fast begin to pulse harder. Matching the violent movement, light overflow. The knights hurriedly try to destroy the heart, but they don't make it in time. With loud bursting sound, the heart breaks apart. When the light subsided, several magicians who set up barriers have become corpses in a heap. Only the lower half remaining of the demon's dead body. The ground is gouged in a fan-shaped form following the demon's direction toward the castle gate, the gate itself has been partially destroyed. The demon's corpse falls apart and becomes black dust. I slip into the alley during the clamor and hide myself. Title Combat Ready acquired. Title Skilled Warrior acquired. Title One Who Dances with Demons acquired. Title Hero acquired. I wonder if the last one is sarcasm. 2-1. Disaster Relief and the Shrine Maiden. Satu's here. Feeling like a veteran warrior, but after all I'm just an average citizen, Satu. Although it's hard to call this a victory, for once, the battle is over. Hereafter is the battle of life-saving and rebuilding. It's about time for a harem candidate to appear, right? I take off the robe and mantle in a desolate back alley. Overlapping with all map exploration magic to check for human sign, I also took off my disguise. Well, it's just a wig and a mask though. I put the disguise set and the robe in the forbidden folder inside the storage. Which robe should I use now? I take out a uselessly gaudy robe. This one should be okay. I decide to return to the street after changing to the gaudy robe. Of course, using a different route. There's a soldier's corpse stuck on the tree branch along the way. To be flown to this place. I join my hands to pray for it. For now let's return to the plaza after performing an obligatory prayer. The gaudy person over there. Somehow there's a voice coming down from the tree. Confirming on the radar, the corpse earlier isn't a corpse at all, somehow it's quite alive. I look up. I'm sorry, could you call some soldiers? It's okay to do it after the battle in the plaza is over. The first impression is quite favorable due to the absence of help me. However, even though the soldier is caught in the tree's branches, the hands and feet aren't turned toward strange directions. Now then, is there any scaffolding to help the soldier? Guess I'll just kick that window and land on the other branch. I fly to branch near the soldier. In consideration for possible fracture, I land while trying not to shake the branch. Well then, I'll carry you down, so please don't move. How did you get here? Please don't push yourself and just call the other soldiers. I silently carry the soldier in my arms. If the soldier has fractured bones, then landing on the ground could be dangerous, since there are at least 4 meters until the ground. Thus, I jump to the slightly higher roof next to the branch. Though I jumped while taking care not to jolt you as much as possible, are you all right? Yes, that surprised me, but I'm fine. I move from roof to roof in search of a house with an exit from atop the roof. There is a lot of unaired laundry, it probably got left behind after the demon came. After checking for people on the radar, I get out of the house to the alleyway. I carry the soldier in princess hug to the plaza. Hey, I have a little question. Yes, what is it? Even if you were blown away by the demon, isn't it too far? This isn't a gag manga. From the plaza to here is more than 10 meters apart. I got blown away by the attack of that demon. Since I would have died at that rate, I used magic to decelerate my falling speed. Although I was already running out of magic power, I was at loss when I got caught on that branch. Magic seems to be usable even if one isn't a magician. There is a temporary relief station in the plaza. A bit away from the relief station, mats are placed and several people are lined up there. It's not for the injured but for corpses. Hey! People who were rescued from the wreckages, please gather over here. A woman in white coat shout for injured people to assemble over there, so I head there. For people who are holding the patient, please keep a little distance away from their body. So she says, I stretch my arm to make a gap on my chest. I will cleanse the dirts, it may be surprising, so please don't drop them. Soft Washington. I got drenched along with the soldier. Certainly the dust and the blood, from the soldier who died first earlier, on the robe are gone. Life magic acquired. It's certainly a very useful magic. If there is this kind of magic, then I wonder if bathing isn't needed? I will dry it immediately. Dry. It's complete. Well then, please wait inside the circle drawn with chalks over there. That's the place where we gather injured people. The white coat head toward the next person. This is the first time I heard magic chant in close proximity, but rather than word, I heard irregular sound instead. I guess it feels like the musical notes from a DTM software? Though it's not life-threatening, the people who have broken bones are gathered there. It's full right after we got in. I don't have any injury, I'm here in order to learn new skills. 2 girls with priestess-like clothes and kind atmospheres quietly approach, each accompanied with their attendants. Now the Parian Shrine Maiden will grant you their miracle. Everyone, please be silent. The attendant with big build shouted so to the injured peoples. And out of nowhere, the attendant with small build tells the tense people, please relax your body. After the injured people calmed down, the Shrine Maiden began the magic chant. Omitted. It's too long, Priestess San. Area heal. Holy magic, Parian belief acquired. Most people seems to be healed by the magic just now. The 2 attendants go around to give additional healing for people who need them. The big attendant said, since it's a bone fracture, please rest quietly later, while giving first aid to the soldier I carried. Oh yes, this isn't a BLOK? Even though the soldier is still physically growing, she is an actual woman. Now then, I've learned various magic but I don't know their chant. There are magic shop and bookstore that sell magic books in the plaza, but the stores were destroyed so they're probably closed now. The good you do for others is the good you do for yourself. Let's make myself popular with the bookstore and the magic shop by helping them with selfish reasons in mind. A carriage is half buried under the magic shop. After confirming that there are no survivor near the carriage, I pull it out. When I think about it, I'm standing out by doing this, aren't I? There's a corpse in terrible condition stuck on the carriage, nausea is swelling up inside me. I'm weak with gore, so please pardon me. The inside of the magic shop has been destroyed, but it seems that the people inside are fine because of a back door. Since I see people's figure on the radar beyond the back door, thinking that they're fine, I head toward the bookstore. The front wall of the bookstore is destroyed, it looks like it'll collapse any minute now. When I peek inside, numerous bookshelves have been toppled and books are scattered around. From the map, it seems that there are 2 people squashed under the bookshelves. The bookshelves is lined up edge to edge, thanks to them being made with dense ebony, they're very heavy. I raise the bookshelves. I cram the book between the shelves. Whenever I raise a bookshelf, the leftovers books get in the way and then I can't raise the next bookshelf, so the work take quite some time. Also partly because I'm afraid that the shelf will break if I try to forcefully raise it. 1 hour after the work begin, I finally able to rescue a person. It's a boy of around 10 years old. He's unconscious but he's breathing. The HP is about half. I stop working and bring him to the relief station. I didn't forget to tell them that the boy was rescued from the bookstore. It's not the priestess from earlier, but a person that looks like a magician who heals people with water magic. Hey, healing magic can be done with many elements. There are more priests now but they all dress differently. I wonder if there are different sects. Now then, let's stop procrastinating and get back to work. Because the one left who need rescuing is certainly the storekeeper. I continue the mundane work of raising the bookshelves and stowing away the books, until finally I was able to help the old man storekeeper buried in the books. He didn't get crushed under the bookshelves but he seemed to be squashed by the fallen books. His HP is quite low. He's conscious though. Thank you very much for helping me. It's an austere voice quite fit to be a CEO. What a romantic grey-haired old man, he must have been quite popular back in the day. Outside the store, the old woman and the daughter have come back. It seems that they went shopping to the west gate which was closed until just now. I carry the old man to the relief station. The old woman also follows. The daughter remains in the store to clean things up. In the relief station, the injured people who have come have increased even more. As expected, the healer can't catch up. The 2 healer priestess attendants from earlier run out of MP and are sitting on the couch. I search through the storage, there. I take out 3 MP recovery medicine from my pocket and give it to the 2 attendants. It's a service for the skill I got earlier. At first the big attendant was suspicious but after he knew that it was MP recovery medicine he thanked me. But, please stop drinking it in one gulp while having one hand in hip. You look like an old man. The priestess is silent with a pale face looking down. I wonder if she's tired from using too much magic. I leave the storekeepers to the relief station and head back to the store to help with the cleanup. I had forgotten the important matter. The daughter of the bookstore. Her name is Simone-san. She's actually the granddaughter, and big-breasted. It's hidden by the clothes, but it's unmistakably E-cup. With a long blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes, she's about the same age as Nadi-san. I'm correcting the bookshelf positioning while having a calm idle talk with her. I'm enjoying the work while placing the books which lost their binding in a box. I love organizing books. I mark all the interesting book during the placements. Arrow marks can be seen in plenty through AR. When the day is about to become dark, the storekeepers come back. I politely refuse the invitation for dinner. I purchase 3 books that catch my attention and go home. They wanted to give it as a thanks, but I compromise with just having slight discounts. Royal Capital Tourist Guide, Introductory Book for Life Magic, and Life Magic Book which should be 2 gold coin and 3 silver coin become 2 gold coin with the discount. Unfortunately, the bookstore daughter is married. The husband is a magician. Title 1 Who Prays for the Dead acquired. Title Rescuer acquired. Title 1 Who Protects Books acquired. 2-2. Let's learn life magic. Satu's here, even though there are many encounter, too bad that it immediately end. Satu. Is it the face? It's the face, isn't it? Because there were various things happening yesterday, I was fast asleep right after dinner. Today is a reading day. Is what I thought, but the room is dark. There is a window for light to get through but it's still not enough to make books readable, it's too dim. If I'm not mistaken, there's an open terrace cafe neighboring this inn. Let's eat a breakfast special on the coffee shop. I dunno if it exists, but the tavern in first floor of the inn is crowded with people who are taking breakfast. It seems that the customers has increased a bit compared to yesterday. I give the key to the landlady since I'm going out. Martha-chan happily greets me when I come out of the inn. This old man is dazzled by your morning radiance. The gate also looks remarkably busier than the day before yesterday. Lots of big carriage are going in and out pulled by peasant-looking people. Do they not use cows or horses to pull it? I immediately find the coffee shop when I look around outside. It's slightly farther away than what I remember. It seems that the coffee shop use the indoor for meal while the open terrace is for tea time. When I naturally ask the waitress, it doesn't seem that it's the owner's decision to do that. Because the inside of the shop is a bit dark, I secure a seat on the open terrace for easy reading. For breakfast, I order a fruit and sandwiches. The sandwich has ham, vegetables, and cheese sandwiched between the malt bread. The fruit juice is similar with citrus. It tastes a bit richer than orange. The cup isn't made of glass but copper, but since it's cold, it's still quite delicious. I wonder if it's cooled using life magic? My motivation to learn the magic increases. Oh, yeah, there are 3 waitresses. A 20-year-old plump redhead, a 16-year-old slender chestnut-colored hair with an impressive teardrop mole, and the last one is a girl who looks younger than 12 with a long black hair. Everyone is working cheerfully. While enjoying these sights, I read the introductory book for life magic. Life magic is a magic not classified in any of the 4 main elements of magic. It's a collection of magic useful for daily life. It's a magic incomparably weak compared to the elemental one. In exchange, the required magic power is not much, at the level where people who can't use attack magic can use it. Nevertheless, even with so many convenient spells, most magicians look down upon life magic. They call magicians who can only use life magic spell users, and rather than as magicians, these people are treated as town handymen. Because of this prejudice, there are only a few magicians who learn life magic. There are even lamentations regarding this written in the book. Good morning, Sato-san. I was greeted from outside the terrace. It's Nadi-san. I thought that she's still in shock from yesterday's event, but she looks surprisingly energetic. She's strong even for an energetic archetype. Good morning. How is your condition, Nadi-san? Thank you very much for your help yesterday. Not only did you help me get away from a dangerous location, you even sent me with a horse carriage. It's fine, it wasn't much. Since she's here, I offered her a chair. Is that a book on life magic? Yes, I bought it yesterday hoping to at least be able to use the basics. Since my life magic skill is level 10, the only thing remaining is the chance though. For life magic, I recommend to practice water, spring or dry, depending on your main element. Most books usually recommend ignition, but if you cause fire in the town, it could be dangerous. Certainly, it's just as she said. If it's water spring, then you can store the water in a bucket, but please don't use the metal cup beside you since it's easy to scratch. Do I draw the water from vapor? If it's dry, then you can practice using wet clothes placed on a hanger. It's quite a scientific talk. Even though it's fantasy. That's right, does Sato-san not use a cane? You can't use magic if you don't equip a cane. What? There's such restriction. Come to think of it, the magicians from before did have it, the life magic user was also using a cane. Wait, how about that soldier? And the priestess didn't have one too? Do you mean Parian priestess? If so, then they have holy mark in place of a cane. The soldier probably had other kind invocation tools or maybe a backup short cane. Nadi-san, what is invocation tool? Is it different from a cane? Invocation tool is something like ring or the likes of accessory, functioning like a cane. It's an item used to assist the activation of magic. The effect is lower than a cane, but it's expensive, so there are few magicians who have one. Although for a job like magic swordsman where it's not possible to use a cane, then it's a necessity. As expected of the live wiki. The one-woman encyclopedia, Nadi-san. Cane hui. There are various type of magic wand in the storage. But the effect is too strong, it's scary. If possible, I'd like to practice with cheap things first. But the magic shops in the town center won't be in operation for a while, I wonder where I could get one? Nadi-san, do you know anywhere I can buy a short cane? Then the magic shop in the central. But as expected, it's closed because of yesterday, right? I think you can buy one from the alchemy shop in the west town. I make a note of the way to the alchemist shop from Nadi-san. Then after telling me the important points to note in the west area, Nadi-san went back to her work. Now that it's lunchtime in the open terrace, the customers have increased. I finished reading the introductory book just as I finished eating pasta for lunch. Why is this fantasy town very peculiar about taste? 10 minutes after I've entered the western area, the content of the dummy purse I've hanged on my waist is gone. The bottom of the purse is cut and the content is no more, though there were only pennies inside. From looking at the log, it was not a pickpocket. It's really a game-like function. I've passed through the area where they're selling daily necessities, and suspicious-looking shops began to increase in number. Sexy women and evil-looking old men can be seen wandering around. There's a square in the center of the west area. The alchemy shop is further ahead. Street stalls are lined up in the square, selling birds, cattle and the like competing with each other. On the entrance of the square, a merchant is announcing something about slave market. It seems that it'll be open for 3 days from tomorrow night. When I look at it carefully, there are boys and girls with slave collars on their necks standing in line with cattle. Half of them seems to be hurt. Every one of those slaves have dead eyes. The cattle look healthier than them. I had the urge to buy them all, but it's only for self-satisfaction, so I stopped. It's not the end even after they're released after all. Isn't this just an excuse? Coming out of the square, brothels lined the street side. I subtly feel like this is a period drama. Still, lewd professional older women are the best, right? Rather than an unwilling slave, a pro well-versed in sexual culture is better. Tonight, let's go to a shop with beautiful older women. I wonder if there are cabaret? I'd love to have a lewd conversation over a bubble bath, but the main topic has been grandly derailed. The alchemy shop seems to be located in the middle of this brothel street. There's probably a high demand for drugs. I wonder if it's thanks to Nadi-san's advice of only walking on the center of the road, I've arrived at the alchemy shop without being dragged to an alleyway. No, wait, there was that pickpocket, so it wasn't entirely safe. Good afternoon. Are you open for business? There's a dwarf on the counter inside the shop. Let me say this, it's not cute at all. It's a small old man about 1 meter tall. Is he a gnome? Or a hobbit? The AR indicate that he's of a fairy race. When I look better, the earth fairy, gnome, indication come up. If you're window shopping, go away. Ah, how cold. This isn't a pun, okay? I'd like to buy a short cane, do you have any in stock? Spell user at? There are cheap, expensive and really expensive one, which one do you want? So rough. Please show me the cheap and the expensive one. The shopkeeper take a wooden and a copper short canes out. The short canes look like something a certain famous British boy had, it's a simple wand. If you don't understand, then please imagine an orchestra conductor's baton but a bit thicker. I stare at each of the canes and their performances are displayed on the AR. The wooden one has magic activation support +3, magic effect expansion -2, and 2 big copper coins market price. Then the copper one beside it has magic activation support +3, magic focus support +2, magic effect expansion +2, with 3 silver coins quoted as the market price. To be frank, even if I can see the performance, I don't understand where the difference is. The copper cane seems to have better performance, but the wooden one looks something that a magician would have, so I buy that one. The shopkeeper looks displeased since I choose the cheaper one. I might as well buy some medicines here. That's right, if you're talking about alchemy then it's potion. Are there manual and tools for compounding? The shopkeeper grins while laughing. He probably think that I'm an easy mark. Introductory book for medicine compounding, practical writing, book of poison and antidote, book of illness and treatment, 5 compound tools set with extravagance cases, medicinal plant harvesting set tools, and chemical mixtures for beginner set. These are all. So he said after piling them all up. Am I being tested? The magic imbuing tools have a magic imbuing type fake status. The others are genuine. Is there no other one for this magic imbuing tool? It's not to my liking. I openly point out the fake. It's how an adult interact. Famu, it's a tool used to nitpick amateur who doesn't understand a thing. He somehow looks happy. It's not only reflected on his face but the atmosphere has also softened a bit. This time he takes out 3 imbuing tools. One is decorated with high-class looking ornament, another is a tool that looks like it has been used a lot, and the last one is a cheap-looking and obviously fake tool. The high-class one is especially equipped with magic. When I hold it up and move my hand, it emits a weak green light. It goes without saying that the expensive one is a fake. Then, I choose this one. Of course I picked the well-used one. The market price is 15 gold coins at any rate, does a beginner spell user who comes to buy a cheap short cane look like someone who has money? I see, so you choose that one. If you have this one, then you won't need another, beside raw materials, even after you've become a veteran alchemist. How much is it? 10 gold coins. Isn't it much cheaper than the market price? The shopkeeper grins when he see my face. Just as I thought, you have the appraisal skill. The shopkeeper looks proud with his guess. I don't have such a skill. Appraisal skill acquired. Let's not argue back. Is it really okay with 10 gold coins? Yeah, I'm saved if someone as capable as you studies alchemy. When I think about it, isn't this thanks to haggling skill? I pay the price and receive the books among other things. As one expect, my bag doesn't fit. I decided to return to the hotel while holding the books in both hands. I leave the shop after thanking the shopkeeper. The things I need to do increase again. I will learn alchemy after I've learned life magic. 2 to 3. The chant, the soldier, and the noisy afternoon. Satu's here. Waving the short cane, rather than a magician I feel like a conductor. Conductor skill doesn't appear. I'm a bit disappointed. Satu. The harem flag seems to be still so far away. After I returned to the hotel, I put away the alchemy sets. I wanted to put it inside but from what I've heard from Nadi-san during the tour, the item was popular for the wealthy back in the era of the ancestor King Yamato. However, nowadays it's only attainable for the army, higher-ranking nobles, or a very prosperous merchant. Since it's like that, I can't use it casually. It's not a problem if some thieves caught their eyes on it, but if it was a noble then it could become impossible to continue touring this city. Following the instruction from Nadi-san yesterday, I fill a bucket full of water from the hell water jug. I dip a cloth to the water and squeeze it. I take out a pot I bought yesterday and put the cloth there. All right, preparation complete. It's time for the chant for dry. Lu lula la li lu, la. Even though I can read the word, I can't pronounce it. Do I need to read 100 character in 1 minute fast? What kind of impossible game is this? Then, I continued to practice chanting while feeling discouraged, but I wasn't able to in the end. Cloth will get dry even if I don't use magic, but I'm not happy about this at all. Okay. Let's ask for some help. I get up clenching my hand. When in trouble it's Nadi-san. Let's ask for some advices from Nadi-san. Nadi-mon, please help me. Even while feeling like clinging to a straw, I'm heading to the Workers' Guild. But unfortunately, Nadi-san is absent. Since Nadi-san doesn't come back even until evening, I'm going to the bookstore in the central district. There should be other books about life magic beside the ones I bought. On the way there, I was called to the clothing store. Apparently, my order has been completed early. I wonder if the shopkeeper remember when I said that I didn't have change of clothes, so he hurried the order. Let's receive it after that much trouble. It really suits you well. Yes, you look like a heir of a big company or a noble. The shopkeeper and his wife praise me highly. To confirm the size, I take a pose in front of a full-length floor mirror. However, isn't this better than the sample back then? No, it's not a self-praise. Indeed, and it's better than the sample. That's right. Since it's a rush order, I asked a different tailor than the usual, but this fine lines and sewing are well done, truly splendid. Really, thanks to the customer, I found a nice tailor. How do I say it? I feel like apologizing. After this much, let's just wrap my cloth earlier and wear this new one now. When I get to the gate, I was asked to present the ID card. According to the gate soldier, it seems that some thieves got in after the disturbance, so it's now required to present your identification. In the plaza, most stores along the main road are open. Because most of the fight happened in front of the castle gate, beside few unlucky shops, most are unscathed. I bought tea leaves in a specialist shop facing the plaza shown by Nadi-san yesterday. I also bought some spices from a spice shop. On the luxury food store I bought rice, miso, soy sauce. Like I said, why is this fantasy abbreviated? In front of a tavern in the plaza, a bard is singing a poem about the yesterday's demon and the nights with a full sense of reality. Isn't the mysterious silver mask a bastard child of the Earl? Such songs are sung. The mask was actually tin, but it has been promoted to silver. Since I relatively enjoyed it, I gave him a silver coin. I was a bit ashamed though. How many detours could it be just to go to a bookstore? Sato-san, thank you very much for yesterday. Samon-san greets me with smile inside the bookstore. Apparently, today is her turn to look after the store. Hello Samon-san. How is the old man's condition? Yes, he was healed with magic, but since he's of age, my grandmother is watching after him to rest for 2 to 3 days. Old man, you've got a good grandchild, I'm envious. I'm gossiping some miscellaneous things to cushion for the real talk. You're searching for books regarding the way to practice chanting of life magic. Yes, I was able to understand the explanation on the book I bought before, but I'm struggling to actually chant it. Sato-san, life magic skill is relatively easy to remember, but normally you'd need 3 to 5 years of training to master it. Moreover, even with that much training, 80% people usually end up in failure. But I got the skill after receiving the life magic once. It's a cheat after all. Even if you already have life magic skill from the beginning, people who can remember the chants are. Let's hear it since I have nothing to lose anyway. A person who has a gift? Right, there are people who come from long heritage of magician family having magic skill right from birth, but a person like that usually has family members who can use magic. There is no need to learn from textbooks, is what she wanted to say, It can't be helped, I'm just gonna buy vocal training and acting related books. Let's start improving my flow of speech. The magic shop facing the main street is covered with something that looks like a tarpaulin. It's closed just as I thought. Hello, Nimble Unii-san. Turning my head, there, a girl wearing a plain yet elegant one-piece tilts her body forward while looking at me with upturned eyes. With a slender body and long straight bob hair, she's a charmingly beautiful girl. Hello Soldier-san, you're wearing a lovely dress today. Lip service skill acquired. Please don't interrupt my talk. Hehe, since we seldom have rest, there aren't many chances to wear this. About yesterday, have your bone fractures healed? Yes. I want to say that, but the place where it breaks still occasionally hurts, so I thought of going to the temple. Just to make sure, she's the soldier I saved from a tree yesterday. Can you not heal yourself? There is no healing method in wind magic, you know. I see, each element has their own forte. Azina is boy hunting. Oh, it's true, putting aside the face, he's well dressed, furthermore, he's younger. You're good, Xena. You girls, please don't make fun of her. Even though she's a late bloomer, that girl works hard, let's just watch over her warmly. I wonder if they're Soldier San's friend. Some noisy girls are standing in front of a shop's entrance while whispering to each other closely. There's a subtle insult mixed in oi. Soldier San's name is Xena. It's a good nutritious sounding name. Xena-san is opening and closing her mouth silently with a red face. This kind of reaction is cute. Why, you're mistaken. I'm just thanking him for saving me yesterday. The three girls harden a bit after hearing that. By saving you, don't tell me. That silver-masked Hiro-sama. It can't be. He was brandishing a sledgehammer and a two-handed axe together, you know? This delicate-looking boy can't possibly do that. No, that's not it. Xena-san's word doesn't reach the three girls. But isn't his height match? Isn't the color of the hair different? That gentleman was blonde. And he's not using a mask. Mao, please hear me. Xena-san shouts with her whole body. The three girls finally pay her an attention. This man carried me who wasn't able to move due to injury to the relief station yesterday. Ah, you mean that kind of helped me. But then, that's a golden opportunity in a way. Don't liken her with you, Xena doesn't have such resourcefulness in her. Yep, it's noisy. This is for Xena-san to meddle with. The three of them feel like they're cheering for her with no malice or sarcasm, they probably cherish her. I wonder if it's a good time to interrupt them. Pleased to meet you, I'm Sato, a peddler. I'm planning to stay in this city for a while, pleased to make your acquaintance. Unii-san, you're really not Zenika's boyfriend. I just met her yesterday. Furthermore, I only knew her name after everyone here called her such. But, for Xena to wear a skirt and go on a date. It is not a date. Xena. But you never wore a skirt, even on holidays before. Xena-san and the three girls who looks like the same age as her are lively exchanging words. I'd love for you to go on a date with Xena-san. This girl, even with her age, never takes a walk with an opposite sex, let alone a boyfriend. Yep, even if she's a fallen noble with no gold or status, she's a good girl. She's flat-chested but she's an adept wind user with promising future as a soldier. The remaining two also recommend Xena-san. I like her personality. In 5 years, after she becomes a bit well-rounded, I'd like to make an advance. Xena-san stop her quarrel and goes back here. We're not fallen. My little brother properly inherited the rank. Although it's true that we don't have gold or status in government. So Xena-san is a lower noble. She didn't object about the flat chest. Let's stop playing around with Xena-san and go back to the castle. If we're late for the shift, the commander's special training awaits. Later then, Xenaki. Let's hear about various things thoroughly later. Xena, push through with sex appeal and defenselessness. Show your guts. The three girls reluctantly return to the castle. Xena-san is relieved while looking a bit ashamed. One girl went back here in a trot and gave Xena-san something. Xena-san initially has a blank look, but after she understands what the handed over thing is, her face turned bright red. Probably expecting this reaction, the girl is going back to her friends while saying good luck. Xena-san secretly puts the thing she got in her pocket, and I don't intend to pursue it. Because I'm an adult, yep. 2 to 4. The afternoon date with Soldier San. Satu's here. Rather than a hero, I want to be a magician. Chanting, aka DTM, such impossible game broke my heart. I was healed a bit after the girls' talk with Xena-san and her friends. I'm sorry for all the fuss. They're not bad girls, it's just that it was unusual that I'm with a man. She's coming with upturned eyes. It doesn't feel mischievous like in the beginning, this time it really looks timid. They look like fun people. I don't particularly dislike it. I'm happy if you think that way. That remind me, you looked troubled in front of the magic shop earlier, is something the matter? Yes, I hit a roadblock in my magic chanting training. I was wondering if they have books concerning chanting practices, but as you see they're closed. Sato-san, is it fine to call you Sato-san? Of course it's fine. I'm already calling you Zina-san without permission. Is Sato-san not only a nimble peddler but also a magician in training? That remind me, today you're not wearing gaudy clothes, I think this one match you better. So fixated on nimble part, this person is. I want to be able to use life magic so I'm training on it, but I just can't get the chanting part right. Let's see, for wind magic, people usually start with but if they tries to forcefully chant it, it usually come out like, Liu lia la lul li lao. If it's just memorization, then most people can do it. Zina-san is tilting her head with I wonder how I should explain this look on her face. Rhythm. Yes, please try to slowly recite the chanting and remember the rhythm. Then while keeping the rhythm gradually increase the chanting speed so it become. I see, however, even if what she said isn't exactly a secret, isn't it still something that shouldn't be easily taught to other people? Rhythm hey. I understand, thank you very much Professor. I'll practice hard in that direction. Yes, I'm happy that I can help you. Zina-san smiles. I should give her something as thanks. I've decided to go together with Zina-san halfway to the Parian Temple in the West District. Speaking of which, how long did Zina-san practice to be able to use wind magic? The real training was 3 years, but in hindsight, I've done various things during everyday life in preparation to become a magician. I wonder what kind of things? I hope it's nothing serious. In order to learn the history of magicians, from when I was a child, I was made to read aloud picture books for children, poem singing, practice to read lines smoothly, abdominal breathing. Toys for detecting the flow of magic. Even the children's plays were for the sake of training to become a magician. Zina-san looks a bit gloomy for a second. It's not like I bear ill will toward my parents for raising me like that, you know? Learning magic is fun anyway, and I have an objective to fly in the sky someday. But there is no other road to choose from the beginning. Sato-san. Why does Sato-san want to learn life magic? Is it because it's useful for business? No, since there is no bath in the inn, I was thinking if I have magic then I wouldn't have to take a bath outside. Ah, she's amazed. She looks me in the eyes directly, and bursts a laughter. Is it that interesting? Ah ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've seen a person who has such reason for wanting to become a magician. Seemingly hitting the spot, Zina-san's laughter doesn't stop. Is it that strange? I think that it's relatively proper reason though. Don't you want to make inconvenient thing easier? It is strange. An immediate answer. Because if you have the drive and the fun to learn life magic, isn't it faster to just build a bath in your house? And you can just buy slaves for the job of boiling the bath. It's like that, hey. I will do things I could do myself. I'd like to think like that, but even over here, it's normal to hire people to work, since the labor costs seems to be cheap. Mister, please buy some flowers. When we got to the West Street, a little girl carrying a small knitted bag filled with flowers immediately stops us. The little girl stops while holding out a flower. I've catch sights on her various time before but this is the first time she calls out to me. I wonder if people accompanied by women are easier sells? She's well thought out even though she's just a little girl. Okay, how much is it? A penny for a bundle. I receive the flowers in exchange for a penny. The little girl happily thank me and go toward the next customer candidate. I present the flower to Zina-san. Zina-san looks surprised. No, well, there is no other choice than this, isn't it? Is it fine to take it? Yes, I'd be troubled if you don't receive it. Since I can't throw it away. Xena-san bites her lip while looking very happy. Hey? Is it something to be so happy about? Well, I guess it's fine as long as she's pleased. That's right, Sato-san. Do you have any business after this? No, after chanting practice I have noting in particular. There's alchemy, but I can do that anytime. Then, why don't we go to the street stalls on the way to the temple? Yes, I'm fine with that. If possible, I'd like you to tell me the specialties of this town. Xena-san probably never had experience of inviting someone herself, her face turns bright red halfway during the suggestion. Since it's just me, you don't have to be so tense you're fumbling words. That remind me, when was it decided for me to go along until the temple? She did me a favor regarding the secret of chanting, and I shouldn't complain since it's a date with a girl. Specialties is it? Leave it to me. She's full of confidence. I could expect something, maybe. This is made from sweet potatoes. Steamed sweet potatoes are filtered to become jams which then kneaded together to make breads. It's a Suryuhu city's specialty from long ago. Something that looks like sweet potato kneaded for bread. Hey. Quite a subtle presence. These are deep-fried bat wings spread with black miso. It seems that Xena-san doesn't know the cuisine's name either. The shopkeeper who couldn't stand shutting his mouth any longer tells us. It's dragon wing fries. It seems to be food said to bring luck. And then these are things I'm taught by Lilio. Ah, Lilio is the smallest girl from the trio earlier. Putting aside the girl's name. The thing that Xena-san recommends is, light brown? I wonder what is it? For the time being I bought 2 serving for 2 pennies from the stall's uncle seller. I guzzle the brown liquid using the straw plugged into it handed by the uncle seller. It's a starch syrup. Starch syrup, hey. It's nostalgic. You knew about it. She looks a bit disappointed. I should have been surprised, I'm sorry. The starch syrup that I know is colorless and transparent, I didn't know what this was. Noble-sama, the colorless transparent syrups are high-class items made using expensive grains and sugars. This one is intended for commoners and uses sweet potatoes, gaba fruits, and malts so it's light brown. The uncle seller interrupted with overreaction. Who's a noble? He didn't say it to Xena-san only. Mister, I am commoner you know. I got to drink the colorless and transparent syrup from an acquaintance long ago. I didn't know that it's a luxury. I mean, it's 200 yen a pop on the festival. Afterwards, we enjoy ourselves by going around various stalls while plotting the crowds. It's a good afternoon. 2 to 5. The temple, the beastkin girls and the stone throwing afternoon. Satu's here. Every cloud has a silver lining, I'm contemplating such phrase. The peaceful afternoon I enjoyed yesterday completely changed. Well then, the afternoon series, Trouble's arc will begin. A little distance away from the street stalls, there's a Parian temple. In the East Street, there are only street stalls in the main street. There are some people gathered in front of the temple. I wonder what happened. Let's check it for a bit. Xena-san rushes over there. Seeing this quick change of pace, she's really a soldier. Xena-san asks what happened to the big priestess attendant from yesterday. Xena-san is flapping her hand it around. She seems to be grateful about something. I wonder what they're talking about. When I got closer as I walked I only heard the latter half of the story. By the way, the conversation that I've heard. Then how about the Garlean temple on the East Street? The temple there also has military contacts so medical treatment shouldn't be a problem. It's on East Street but you're accompanied by a man so strange fellows probably won't approach you. Yes, even like this, I'm a magician soldier. I'd beat playboys who try to pick me up no matter how many of them come. From Xena-san, it seemed that the priestess are in the middle of meeting with envoys from the royal capital temple. Moreover, since the priestess are only able to use magic for healing injury, light poison, and illness, we're forced to go to the other referred temple. He's just passing the buck. In the end, we're going to the Garlean temple on the East Street. It's not like I'm dissatisfied, you know? Even if I got used to it, walking the European-style city together with a plainly cute girl like this, it's quite enjoyable. Along the way, about 100 meters away, a public park is there. I thought that it was just a lawn with weeds, but it's cut short, and in the square, some old couples carrying baby are resting, and around 10 young people are practicing martial arts. Zina-san, what kind of training is in military? I want to hear it somehow. That's right, I think it's the same training as soldiers everywhere, but for magic soldiers it's concerning preservation of magic power. We take care to maintain the state where we can use magic at its best. Variation in training, hey? Certainly, MP-less magicians are useless. Magic soldiers and magicians each assigned different roles in accordance with their element. I can only speak from the viewpoint of military, but except for fire element, we don't usually use other elements for attacking. Certainly something like torturing by fire is certainly suitable for attack. But you can also use it to heat bath, you know? As for my wind, it's used for protection from arrows, defending a castle from castle breaker hammer with, air cushion, or transmitting instruction with, whisper, various useful things like those. If we use, fly, then scouting will be easy, but the Earl doesn't have anyone who can use it. That remind me, Zina-san's goal was to fly through the sky, isn't it? If you manage to fly, then it'd be nice to have a date in the sky. I was joking, but Zina-san turns red to her neck and says, please leave it to me, while fumbling her words. It's cute, but I'm worried if she's ever going to be deceived by a bad man. In the shades of the roadside trees several cats are curling around. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen wild cats since I come here. That cat is cute. Zina-san looks like she'll run there if left alone. I'm of cat's faction too, that's why I can't let cat's afternoon nap to be disturbed. So I bring up this talk. That remind me, there are no wild dogs in this city. There's a rumor that wild dogs, if seen, will become meals for the people of the slum. It's a lie, isn't it? Yes, it's a lie. But a rumor like that do exist. It seems that ripe guava fruits eaten with dog are quite addicting. So, ever since that fruit began to be consumed, wild dogs disappeared. Guava fruits appear again. Have some restraint. People catching sights of hunters going to the meat processing plant in the East Street with their dog partners seems to be the root of that rumor. Punishment for the demon's kin. Receive blessing by striking the demon with these holy stones. Halfway into the East Street, we're hearing a faint voice verging on falsetto like it's coming from an old man. There are also voices of a lot of people. On the square from the alley turn, there's a fat middle-aged man priest standing in an expensive-looking pedestal. With bloodshot eyes, bubbles fly from his mouth. O people with virtue! Do you remember the divine punishment also known as star fall from the other day? Oh! We remember! Oh! Isn't about half of the shouting people are faking it? Furthermore! Yesterday, the Earl's castle had been hit by an attack of the Demon Lord's executive. Oh gods! Please save us, Hiro-sama! Oh! Shouting is a good way to relieve stress, hey! This is a sign of the dimming of the gods' divine protection. Acquire blessings. O people with virtue! Those who gain blessings will be protected from disaster. Priest-sama! Please save us! Oh! Blessings! Such cheap people! Acquires blessing! Do you understand, people? Blessings! Blessings! Oh! Please teach us! This town's people would be easily deceived by fraudulent calls or shady pyramid scheme. Look at those fellows! The fat priest point at the back of the square. Those fellows are demi-human, the washout of the demon, no, the kin of the demon lord. Give divine punishment to those fellows and receive blessings. Oh! Kill! Oi oi agitator. Wait. People of virtue. Murder is prohibited by the law of the kingdom. Wait. What should we do, priest Sama? Kill. Oh. There are a lot of people who are just clamoring. Killing is prohibited. With these holy stones hit the demon's kin and receive blessings. Priest Sama. Give us the stones. Oh. I look at the direction the fat priest points to. 3 beastkin girls are there. But it's not free. Receive the blessings using your own money. Oh. Blessings. Dog, cat, and lizard beastkin girls are huddling together. The holy stones are 1 copper coin each. For this special occasion, you can get 6 stones for 1 big copper coin. Ah, the voices from the people stop. What a calculating populace. What's wrong? Pious men and women. There's a limit on these holy stones. Those who receive blessings are those who act fast. We'll buy it. Please sell it to me. Oh. They sure are weak with limited edition. Buy it from my disciples here. Line up. If you don't properly line up, you won't get the blessings. Oh. Line up. Fat priest, did you just use mind manipulation magic? People who have bought the holy stones unreservedly throw it at the beast girls. They don't hesitate there. Eh? Are you serious? I cannot watch this. Xena-san pushes her way through the crowds running to the fat priest's place. I was taken aback and late to respond. Kill the demi-human. Oh. Punishment for the demon-kin. The people are heating up and sporadically hit the beast-kin girls with the stones. The lizard girl are protecting the smaller dog and cat girls. Now then, it's easy to interrupt this from the front, but if the same thing happen again later then there is no meaning to it. Detailed information from the AR come up like usual when I look at the beastkin girls. This is. I quickly chew through the information I've found. Then, it should be somewhere. There. I investigate the guy's information and is convinced. With this, I should manage somehow. I whip my grey brain cells to explore the best solution. 2 to 6. Arguments and the extermination of the hidden evildoer afternoon. Satu's here. In any ages, agitators never disappear, such phrase exist, but let alone in ages, even in different world they don't disappear. Well then, let's settle this. Adding another page to the history of Suryuwu City. Staring at the 3 beastkin girls, I found the name of the master of the girls. It's not the name of the fat priest. Then, where is the master of the girls? Thinking the possibilities, either the master is not here, or he can't go against the fat priest, or he's a partner of the fat priest. Right now, since we can't find the information with just AR, I use the special ability of all map exploration. I search the name of the master. There, on the edge of the square. It's a small man with fox-like eyes, grinning at the commotion in the square while sitting atop of a wooden box. I inspect the information displayed on the AR. The small man's name is Yasu. 39 years old. His skills are fraud, persuasion and intimidation. Owned slaves are catkin, dogkin, lizardkin. Do slaves only display their kin's type with no name? No, those kind of things don't matter. I need more information. It's still not enough. Affiliation: Suryuwu City, lower class citizen. Guild Brown Rat. This is it, Guild Brown Rat. Begin search. Members are 52 people. Including the 10 people in this square. Excluding Yasuo and the bodyguard-like big man behind him, 8 men are fake demonstrators in the square. I mark all people, including the one not present in this place. Now then, let's begin the action. Inference skill acquired. Behind the scene skill acquired. But the beastkin girls are probably very shaken with those abuses. I had overlooked an important information. I can't turn back the time, but right now, if I delay the first step the result might be different. Zina-san arrives before the fat priest. Please stop this inhuman conduct. What's this little girl? Are you an ally of the demon? Before one become aware, his followers have disappeared. Moreover, since he can't refute back, the agitators butt in for him. Allies of the demon are demons too. Oh! In the space of the time Zina-san gained, first I have to do something about the fakers in the crowd. Please do not be deceived. Does Zaikuan Temple intend to break the law of the kingdom? What's wrong with beating the demon with holy stones? What a disengaged conversation. No, the priest understand, he's just shifting the point. I activate spy and slip into the crowd. While moving through the crowd, I also activate evasion and fighting. Oh! That's right. Let's throw stones at that little girl. Oh! Zina-san used not only to herself but also to defend the beastkin girls. As expected of a magic soldier of the army. Now then, while they're still dumbfounded, let's put this crowd into order. Even for Zina-san, if a lot people rush together it would be dangerous. I move beside the brown rat man who's still trying to incite stone throwing. I wonder if it's the effect of the skill, I was able to choose what kind of attack to neutralize him, and even while being hidden to the surrounding doing it. I neutralize the brown rat man with just one attack. And just like that, I throw him to the alley. Because time is precious, I don't have time to restrain him. Abduction skill acquired. Assassination skill acquired. Abduction skill seems to be usable, I raise it to maximum. I don't take the assassination skill. I won't take it, you know. In the center of the square, a priest with different clothing is helping Zina-san. It's a blue-collar worker, handsome middle-aged man. Equating demi-human with demon, rather than Zaikuan Temple, isn't it just you who say such thing? The philanthropist priest from the Garlean Temple, hey? If you like beasts that much, then after this beating, use them as you like, from the front, the back, whichever. Oh, he's the worst sexual harasser. Zina-san is turning red, or not? Did she not understand the meaning? Par excellence. Kill the demi-human. Oh! Punishment for the demon. I'll leave the dispute on the stage to Zina-san and her reinforcement, and proceed to exterminate the harmful pests. Brown rat, here. I successfully knock 2-3 people unconscious and leave them on a suitable alley. Sake bottles are falling around nearby, but I don't have time to spare. Do you understand? If you keep fueling anxiety on people, it could end up in revolt. Zaikuan Temple will be blamed as the mastermind behind it. Foolish lizard who borrows the skin of dragon. Don't kill the demon, you say? Aren't you the traitor here? Kill the demon. Oh! Maybe that little girl is a demon in disguise. The extermination is half complete. The crowd's shouting has become considerably less too. There's a particular guy with an awfully loud voice. Though he doesn't seem to be a part of Brown Rat. Let's mark him for now. Let's get in contact after the extermination is complete. Everyone from the East Street. Everyone else is also anxious just like you. But that's not an excuse to torture the weak like cowards. Did you hear that, everyone? Garlean Temple deem you as evils. He said that everyone here, eager to receiving blessings, as evils. Kill the demon. Oh! You damn fake priest. Good, only 2 more remaining. I bring them down and roll them to the alley. Before I set up the stages with Yasu, I got into contact with the loud voice kun to prepare for the event. Conspiracy skill acquired. Please stop this already. No matter how many of you throw the stones, I will prevent it. You bastard, do you intend to interfere this holy conduct? Foolish one who goes against God. The fat priest shout to the point bubbles fly from his mouth, but people who support him are sparse. Even those voices are disappearing one by one now. I tap on the shoulder of Yasu. It's your turn now. WH, who are you, bastard? Oi, Bonds. Crush this bastard! While surprised, Yasuo ordered the big man behind. But he fell into confusion when he looked back and couldn't find the man from earlier. Bonds? Where's that half-wit gone to? That big man, Bonds, has gone somewhere with a woman. In truth, he's currently fainted in the alley though. I twist the arm of Yasuo and take him along up to the stage. Everyone, please disband here. If you keep this up, the army will really come. If you are anxious, then go to the temple, I'll listen to your worries no matter how much. You bastard, do you intend to interfere this holy conduct? Foolish one who goes against God. Aren't you both priests? I throw Yasuo in the middle of them. Oh, Yasudano! You bastard! What have you done to this pious person who provided the demi-human for this holy conduct? You apostate! Xena-san, please use magic to isolate voices from outside for the slaves. Before Yasuo get up to command the slaves, Xena-san has completed the spell. Dog, cat, lizard. Beat these guys up. Since command didn't reach the slaves, they're tilting their necks looking puzzled. For once, I pick up a holy stone, lol, and throw it at the solar plexus of the man. Oh, he faints in agony. Xena-san, thanks for waiting. Thank you for your hard work too, handsome middle-aged priest, the priest over there, san. This guy is the ringleader. As expected of Sato-san. You're not just nimble. Who are you? Your praise vector is a bit strange, Xena-san. Xena-san, if you still have some magic left, could you cast a spell to make our voices heard throughout the square? Okay. Whisper wind. I raise the fainted Yasuo with both hands to make him visible. I plan to use the handsome middle-aged priest as cover to make me look inconspicuous. WA, don't move priest-san. Everyone, can you see him? This man is the culprit. This man lent his slaves to this Zakuon temple's priest, agitated your worries and sold common stones to steal your precious money. Condemnation skill acquired. Give our money back. An especially loud voice comes out from the crowd. Fueled by that voice, series of, give our money back, shouts begin. Furthermore, these guys have other goal. To gain small profit and to use the Zakuon temple for their true purpose. They want to incite everyone's here and start a revolt on the Earl. They are actually worshippers of the demon. Scammer skill at its peak. Orts. The small profit part is probably true though. The remaining two were just something I made up. In fact, even until now I don't understand the purpose of this man, so I'm shaking his up to spit it out. False charge skill acquired. If his purpose is to sell holy stones, even if 100 stones are sold, that's 4 silver coins. It does not match the price of 3 demi-human slaves. From market skills judgment, the 3 are worth for about 6 silver coins. If they had continued the throwing just before, the slaves would undoubtedly be dead. See? The calculation doesn't fit. That guy is being manipulated by the demon from the shadow, is it? That guy, I did ask him to put the priest in disadvantageous position, but read the air. This could become another riot. I will deliver this man to the Lord for attempted revolt. Fat priest, Zakuon temple, you were being deceived by this man, isn't it? The priest's eyes are swimming. Yeah, yes, I was deceived. So he was a demon worshipper. I'm not in the wrong, noble Sama. I was deceived. That's why I don't have the slightest bit of revolting against the Earl. Yeah, that would be right. Then please give the money back to the people. That will surely give you better treatment. Of course, it's an empty promise. Scammer skill is scary. Words are coming out fluently. The fat priest is unwillingly gives the disciples instruction to give the money back. Group of 2 or 3 people are leaving the square. Later, a quarrel between people who didn't buy the stones and the disciples break out. Kyousoukyoku. Yasuo, who got his feet trampled down and can't move, laughs creepily. Did he go crazy, or does he have some kind of plan? He wouldn't convince anyone with arguments full of holes. He looks like someone who loves to use violence anyway. But, it was different than what I expected. Even while lying face down and completely unable to move, an attack from a swing of black hand came out. I was able to dodge by a hairbreadth, but the poison claws teared through the fat priest. 2-7. Demon return. Satu's here. I must pay attention to his arms. Even after I murmured so, I completely forgot about it halfway through. However, it's just an arm. Let's just crush it and end it soon. What the heck is that arm? The fat priest who got his internal organs torn by the sharp claw dies instantly. And, Yasuo who wields that poisonous claw looks like he doesn't understand what's happening. That arm. From yesterday, isn't it? Xena-san nods. Do you know something? It's the arm of the higher-ranking demon who attacked the Lord's castle yesterday. Xena-san dutifully answered the handsome middle-aged priest's question. What kind of situation is this? Yasuo doesn't look like he's a demon from the beginning. Then, he's probably a host of a demonic parasite, although I don't know the why or how. Let's check Yasuo's information once again. There, abnormal status, demonic possession. If only I saw it earlier. Even though I have cheat, if I don't use it skillfully then it's meaningless. I should reflect on it. The problem is how to defeat it. If I try to pull it out by force, that man is probably going to die. What should we do? We don't have the leisure for such things. Let's call for reinforcement immediately. I will try to confine it. The priest's chant is too long. Xena-san, please call for reinforcement. It's probably the fastest to call the central with the help of wind magic. For now, let's keep Xena-san in the safe zone. After hesitating for a bit, Xena-san runs while saying I'll be back ASAP. The poisonous claw tried to attack here, but Yasuo couldn't get up so it didn't reach. The arm grew from the area around the chest of Yasuo. In the beginning, the arm was about 1 meter long but it continues to grow longer little by little. Is it growing? A stone thrown from the crowd hit the side of the head of Yasuo. It hit with quite a sound. This time, an arrow flying from behind pierces through Yasuo's neck. When I was dumbfounded, another 3 arrows hit in a row. When I look behind, 2 hunters appear from the shadow. We bring down the prey when we are presented with the chance to. Since when were you guys here? However, it's a world which treats life cheaply. For the time being, we're saved without any intervention from me. I may become a peace-loving idiot. Yasuo, who should have been dead, get up with straight posture and no bent joint, looking like a Kyousoukyoku, Chinese vampire. From that body, black light emerges. You worms, for destroying this annoying host's brain. I thank you. Demon-kun, I like you better when you didn't talk. How impertinent. I laugh. The demon is looking uninterested. The handsome middle-aged priest invokes the spell which seal the hand of the demon with light magic square. Even though the demon snickers at it, the magic square persist. Ganananu. This isn't a magic that should have been able to be used by human. I miscalculate. The handsome middle-aged priest has begun casting for another spell. The hunters withdraw, knowing that it's not an opponent that could be defeated with arrows. The people who remain in this square are just me, the handsome middle-aged priest, and the 3 beastkin girls. Probably interested with the situation, some people are peeking from the shadow of rooftops around the square. Everyone sure can run fast. The 3 beastkin daughters are chained together to a stake stuck in the square, so they can't run away. For now, let's get the beastkin daughters out of harm's way. I shouldn't lose the real reason of why I got into trouble with the fat priest in the first place. Tearing off the chains would be too conspicuous, so I pull out the stake. Since I didn't look like I used too much force, even if someone saw it they would think that the ground is loose. It's dangerous here, quickly get away. Since I can't take off the chain, go hide behind the shadow of a sturdy building together. Impossible, Nyesu. The cat girl timidly speaks while occasionally chokes on her words. It seems that Yasuo ordered them to don't move away from this place, and if they oppose it the collar will put them to death. This is troublesome. I can't wait for the army to arrive here. Their war potential has fallen from yesterday, and there is not enough road space to bring the cannon here. There is no room for cavalries either. The magician's number has also decreased sharply. If it like this, if I play around the victims will only increase. I don't want Xena-san and the three beastkin girls to die here. Let's disguise into masked Hiro, and finish the demon when the handsome middle-aged priest cast his holy magic. I transformed, LOL, before the demon begin to do something troublesome. That bastard over there. You worm dare to ignore me, I am angry. I face the armed demon. The AR indication has changed from Yasuo to Demonkin. On the space for the name, phonetic symbols lined up instead of normal letters. Has Yasuo been swallowed completely? Checking the AR while keeping the demon in sight, the beastkin girl's status has also changed to Master, none. You bastard, who are you? I am uncomfortable. A confirmation for now, you're not Yasuo but a demon, right? Wait. I am Yasuo. Please take off this arm, I don't want to die. Please help. Hey? Is his consciousness intact? When I think of that for a moment, the armed demon launches 3 poisonous nails. Mew. Humans always react this way. I am thrilled. I block the poisonous nails with the stake in the nick of time. The stake changes color and crumbles in a moment. Anananu, you blocked that, I am astonished. I pick up a holy stone on the ground. Should I weaken him with this? The man's jaw start to transform to look like a wolf. Before the transformation complete, I throw the stone at him but it was blocked with the poisonous claw. Fushururu. It's easier to talk now. I am excited. Here, it's painful to hear your way of speaking though. Spear of light formed from thin air flies from the handsome middle-aged priest. I ridicule. The armed demon roars, wall of darkness erupts and divert the course of the light spear. As I thought, he's not only able to talk easier but also able to use magic now. Everyone, please quickly get away from this square. Attack magic is incoming. I desperately raise my voice to tell the people who are peeking the square. Loudspeaker skill acquired. All the panic, fear, anxiety, prejudice, arrogance since earlier are truly splendid. I am satisfied. I'm going to be fine, but at this rate, the beastkin girls are going to die if left alone. An especially large long roar comes out of the armed demon. Therefore, let this place become moi nesting ground. Aren't you happy? I service. Should I carry the beastkin girls on my shoulder and run? It can't be helped if I attract attention. Consequently, while having such needless worry, the situation is changing rapidly. The ground below is warping like special effects from Showa-era shows. Even though the ground is hard, it's flashing dark violet light, warping, twisting, stretching, and the flash darken. When the light settles, I was in a place that looked like a cave. Beside the ground which is unchanged, everything else looked like bare rocks. In the space of around 10 meters in radius, I see an exit on one of the wall. I can somehow see it thanks to the faint purple light coming from the floor. People who are here include me, the still chained dog and cat girl I carry in my arms and the lizard girl on my shoulder. The handsome middle-aged priest and the armed demon who were nearby before, aren't here. Welcome to Moi Labyrinth. It still doesn't have name, and monsters are being created right now, you can thank Moi for it. I am diligent. The armed demon's voice are coming from somewhere. It doesn't seem like telepathy. The dog girl is pointing at the corner of the ceiling. It seems that the voice is coming from the air hole there. For the sake of Moi complete revival, experience fear at your heart's content. Kill each other. Snatch everything. I encourage. After pausing for a bit, the armed demon continues. The souls of those who resigns are thin, I hate. Therefore, every room are connected to the exit and moi room. I am fair. I am expecting the despair that come after the hope. Strive, fathers. I encourage. I see. This is like the forced event escape from the labyrinth mission in video game. Outbreak. That kind of feeling. Phew. Title Labyrinth Explorer acquired. 2-8. The Labyrinth of Demon, 1. Satu's here. While thinking that it's going to be city adventure, suddenly it become dungeon attack. I am unable to follow the situation, Satu. The labyrinth was easily created, but I wonder if the exit is on the downtown? An adventure guild could probably be established after some years. When I'm confirming the map, Labyrinth of Demon, bottom layer, is displayed, the passageways are not displayed. It's not going to be that convenient, is it? The Beastkin girls look anxious. First of all, let's take care it. I'm Satu. A peddler. Cat Nyesu. Dog Nanotafu. Lizard. The cat and dog girl choked on their words. While scraping sound can be heard halfway through the lizard girl's words. It's not only Yasu who did it, even their master from before called them like that. The cat and the dog girls were slaves from birth, but the lizard girl wasn't, and she seemed to have a name before becoming a slave. However, it's a long name mixed with incorrigible sound difficult to pronounce. In the end, since they asked me to give them name that's easy to call, I name them Poki, Tama, and Liza. Don't treat them like pets. You may be angry like that, but I don't have the confidence to remember them right with normal names, so please forgive me, at least until we get out of this labyrinth. Liza is not from lizard but 2 words cut from her real name. Now then, before we begin the escape, let's cure the Beastkin girls first. I take out cloths, a water bottle, and ointments from the bag. The ointments are sample products from the alchemy set. Since it's just a sample, I don't have a lot, but it's probably sufficient. Disinfect your wounds with this cloth soaked with water from this bottle. After that, smear the ointment to the wound and coil it with the cloth. Don't use the cloth you used for the disinfection, okay? The Beastkin girls are perplexed when I hand them over new cloths. They're probably bewildered to be spoken not in commanding words for the first time, yet. I feel like I'm back to nursing my smaller relatives back in the days. What's wrong? I will face the other way while you girls are treating your wounds, so don't worry. Apparently it's not because they're embarrassed, but because they rarely ever got good cloth and ointment as slaves. Thank you, Nanotasu. You don't have to face the other way, Nanotasu. Beautiful cloth. I'm happy. Since the master is dead, we cannot possibly pay you back. It's better to put aside water and medical treatment until after we get out of the labyrinth, well, isn't it? The incomprehensible words are converted to proper sentences in the brain. It's good, isn't it? Poki and Tama untie the string that tied the simple clothes they were wearing and undress without hesitation to begin treating their wounds. Liza-san seems to be the thoughtful type and hesitate a little, but I order her not to mind, so she also begin the treatment. When their treatments are finished, I distribute the baked sweets to the 3. I give them 3 palm-sized sweets each. It should be enough for now. The sweets are remainder from the time when I went to various stalls with Xena-san. It's not bitten leftovers though. Poka drools all over her face, everyone stare at the sweets, but no one is eating. There are no poison in it, so eat it well. Are they not allowed to eat without orders? Slaves. Sure are oppressed. Poka chokes on the food, so I pass her the water bottle. I won't take it away, eat it slowly. I feel like a babysitter for a bit. I confirm the map once again. It still only displays this room. Is the magic ineffective, or is it dispelled? I open the menu and use the all map exploration magic. Even though this particular magic is easily usable, the whole picture of Labyrinth of Demon is displayed. Easy mode is too good. This looks like an ant's nest, rather than a labyrinth. The passage from here to the next room is diverged like a tree's root, from that room to the other the passages diverge again like before. In labyrinth-like fashion, there are also secret intertwined secret passageways that connect rooms. Searching through the map, there are 109 humans here, in which 7 are demi-human. The remaining 102 are humankins, with around a quarter of them being slaves. The handsome middle-aged Garlean priest is in a considerable remote position. If we can meet up with him, it'd be already near the exit. Hey? I personally don't want him to end up dead, being a capable person he is, though he probably won't die easily, so I will consider it lucky if we can meet him. I tried searching for the armed demon but I couldn't find him. There's a particular room located in the deepest part, he's probably there. If I carelessly beat him, the labyrinth may collapse, let's leave him alone for now. The enemies are around level 10 to 20 of insect monsters. There were around 20 when I first searched, but now, there are more than 100. Additionally, snake and frog monsters appear too. Let's give the beastkin girls some weapons, since it could be bad if we were sandwiched between the passage. Okay, let's look for some hidden suitable location in the passage to take some spear and sword from the storage. After deciding what to do, I tried to go toward the passage but I was stopped by the beastkin girls in a hurry. Please don't throw me away. I will do anything. Please don't leave me behind. Mister, I don't mind being a sacrifice, but please take me along. Please. They desperately tried to stop me. Still no one tried to pull my clothes. Is it because their experience as slaves or training? Don't worry. I was just going to see the state of the passage. I won't abandon you, so please be at ease. I'm talking as gently as possible. Though I don't think it will fully relieve them, it's better than not saying anything. After the 3 girls finished eating, I take out daggers and magic gun from the bag and equip them, to himself and the girls. Only Liza who has combat-related skill, spear. Since I can't exactly take a spear out of the bag, I take out another dagger and give it to Liza. Probably because it's uncommon for slaves to have weapon, she hesitated but I pushed it to her. I take the vanguard position. Liza is responsible for surprise attack from the back. Liza wanted to do the battle by herself but I asked her to be on the rear. Since I have radar, there is no possibility of surprise attack, but I'm giving her the role to ease the girls' uneasiness a little. The order is me, Tama, Poki, and Liza. I order them with a strong tone to not participate in battle. Since their level are only around 2 to 3, if they carelessly receive an attack they could die. It's an escort mission for real. The floor on the passages become that of rocks. Since there aren't any paved stones that emit light anymore, it's dark. The fortunate thing? There are several shining stone pillars every few meters, so, even though it looks eerie, at least we are able to walk. The stone pillar is about a waist's height. Since the light only reach around our breasts area, the ceiling is pitch dark, it's unpleasant. It was probably made so to fuel anxiety. Such a detestable demon-like thing to do. When someone got into a room the passages will turn pitch black to encage them inside, there are probably things like that prepared. Tama, if you see anything in the passage ahead, tell me in low voice. Poki, if you smell or hear anything strange, tell me about it. Liza, please be wary of the back. But please don't focus all your attention on the rear and be late to follow us. Yes. I'm still a bit uneasy, but it's a good reply. Leadership skill acquired. Formation skill acquired. Sign of the enemies are detected in the radar. It's quite a bit far ahead. I can smell blood from the other side of the passage, Nanodesu. Poka said that. It's a straight line from here, but it's still 500 meters away. I praise Poka while petting her head. This treatment is like what you're doing to a pet, but her tail flails around with pitter-patter, she's probably happy about it. I investigate the enemy while walking closer. Level is 20, no special ability. Method of attack is ramming and biting. It seems that there are only one monster in the next room. I just remember something and take a note of the current stat and abilities of the three, since they also have experience value column. I draw a plan. This really feels like a game. Since the experience values are displayed as percentage, I don't know the concrete number, but it's still really convenient when gaining levels. Since I can't see the experience value of other person in the map, I wonder if this is restricted to party members? Or are there other conditions to follow? I saw the light leaking from the room. I instruct the three to wait and peek at the room. The insect-shaped enemy is single-mindedly eating something, paying no attention here. Like I said, I'm weak against gore, you know. I wait until the chewing sound stop, then shoot it with the magic gun. The single shot blows through the hind leg's joint. The broken parts flies. I'm not giving the huge cricket any room for counterattack, killing it in rapid fire. Good grief, why is this giant cricket appear in anywhere but a desert? Amazing, Nanodesu. Amazing. Mister, are you a magician? Poki and Tama are simply in high spirits, but Liza is having a question. This is a magic weapon, you know. Don't tell this to anyone. I gave the warning while grinning badly. I didn't forget to pose with the magic gun. Poki and Liza nodded seriously, but Tama said while looking so happy. I'm going to give another warning once we get out of the labyrinth. The chain on the collar is obstructive. Tama is full with just holding the chain on her hand. That's right, I can cut it with this. I call Liza and ask her to pull the chain horizontally, then I shoot it with the magic gun. I did the same thing to Tama and Poki, but they were probably afraid, their ears were flat down. I put the chain in the bag and give it to Poki to hold. Since the torn foot from the giant cricket was 2 meters long, I make an impromptu spear out of it. I raised the weapon creation skill to level 1 first. The nail parts on the toe are loose, so I fix it in place with a piece of wood and a leather strap. Since green fluids are oozing from the cut part, I wrap it with the used cloths from the treatment earlier. When I'm going to give Liza the cricket spear. She is currently cutting the joint section of the cricket's head, working on something. Is she hungry? Liza, if you eat that kind of thing, you'll have a stomachache. Why, you're mistaken. Since it's a monster, it should have a magic core inside, so I'm retrieving it. Magic core? Title: Insect Slayer acquired. 2-9. Labyrinth of Demon, 2. Satu's here. I've given up on the idea that this is a dream, but now I'm thinking that this might not be a reality but inside a game instead. I'm having such doubt after being bewildered. If it's like that, I would have preferred the world of Iraj instead, Satu. It's just my luck to have a cricket as the first enemy in the labyrinth, although I hope it makes getting out of the labyrinth alive easier. Without attracting attention, that is. What is magic core? Magic core can become money. If you give the things from a monster to a peddler, you can get various things. Liza's answer isn't exactly wrong, but not what I wanted to hear. I guess expecting the jack of all trades Nadi-san's bell-like reply is impossible. Liza takes out a ball covered with green blood dirt from the monster. It's a red ball about half the size of a fist. Since the color is dull red, it's probably unusable as jewelries. When she comes back, I pass a pouch from the bag to Liza. I also give her a bit dirty remaining cloth to wipe the clotted blood. Put the magic core inside this pouch. Also, use this spear. I give the pouch to Poki, and pass the cricket spear to Liza. The dagger which Liza had is handed over to Tama. Exchanging equipments, truly RPG-stic. Hey! Liza, for the next magic core retrieval, Tama and Poki will help you, so teach them how to do it. Yes, I understand. Okay, Nanodesu. Oh yeah, Poki. Yes, Nanodesu. You don't have to force yourself to say Nanodesu, okay? If I don't say it, I'll get spanked, Nanodesu. I see, she was instilled to do it. Hey. Since I'm just a temporary master anyway, there's no need to correct it. Okay then, but I won't get mad even if you don't use it, so don't force yourself. Yes, Nano Disu. We pray for whoever was the victim of the cricket and get out of the room. I wrote the name of the corpse in the memo. I compared the girls' status before and after the battle, but beside their stamina, nothing has changed. So they won't get experience just by being together? Then, how do supply troops or priest raise their levels? If I can raise the three's level, then even if we meet more people in the way, it'd be no problem. However, it's not that easy after all. Since this world is game-like anyway, should I try a game-like approach? Tama, if you see a stone about as big as the magic core earlier on the ground, pick it up. We progress forward smoothly until the passage divides into branches. They all lead to the same room, but one of the path has another room in the middle of the way. Either of them contains monster, but the middle room has 2 level 10 caterpillar monster. And, there are also human there. Let's help them. The road is branching, Nian. Just as the junction comes into our view, a report come in from Tama. You don't have to add strange words to establish your character, I said. I praised Tama while patting her head. She seems ticklish. Since Poka looks at us enviously, I also pat her head gently. Since both of them are about as tall as my chest, they're easy to pat. Are they about 120 centimeters? Liza is a bit taller than me, around 165 centimeters then. Let's go to the right passage. We proceed further. There's something appearing in the radar, but what is it? There are bugs up there, Nano Disu. Tama warned. This time she's imitating Poka. Now then, how do we beat invisible enemies? Since I can grasp its rough position from radar, I look there. I keep staring there. AR display pops up with the monster's name and level. I indiscriminately and repeatedly shoot at the place where the AR is. Phew phew phew. Boda. It seems that one of the shot hit, the caterpillar fall onto the ground. Tama, hit it with the stone. Tama hits it for about 3 times. After 2 hit, the body of the caterpillar repels the stone. It seems that only one of the hit gives damage. The caterpillar is approaching. Poki, Tama, get back. Liza, come here. Hit it once from behind my back. While holding back as much as I can, I kicked the caterpillar which was ramming here to gain time. Liza attacks with the spear during that chance. The caterpillar's HP decreases for about 10%. After confirming that, I shoot it twice until it die. Liza, Tama, I'll leave the recovery of the magic core to you. Poki, follow me, there's another monster over there. Tama hands over some stones to Poki. How many did she pick? There's the same caterpillar as earlier inside the room. Furthermore, there are corpses of a young woman and a boy that looks like a slave on the ground. Unlike with the cricket earlier, they're not eaten. Poki, when we get into the room, throw the stone at the monster from my side. When you run out of the stone, go back to Liza's place. I casually enter the room and shoot the magic gun. As instructed, Poka throw 2 stones from close range. The caterpillar who got hit by the stone turned toward Poki, spitting venom. In the nick of time, I kick the caterpillar's head, shifting the direction. The caterpillar dies with just that kick. Poka, who has finished throwing the stones, runs back to the passage. To the opposite passage, that is. Did she get flustered and mistook the way? Poki, stop. I immediately chase after her. Detering the caterpillar's corpse, I was a bit late. Oh, don't come here. Hey? Who's that? It's not Poka's voice. It's the man on passage. I look at the radar. The position is dangerous. Poki, stop. Okay, she can hear me properly now. Poki is coming back here. The man from earlier has disappeared from the radar. Still, why did that young man run away? Did he mistook Poke for a monster? Or did he feel guilty for leaving the two people in the earlier as sacrifices? Master! Are you all right? You okay? Liza and Tama are coming here running. Ah, I'm okay. Let's go back to the room earlier to collect the magic core. I'm sorry, Nano Disu. Poke is apologizing with her ears falling flat. Her tail is also curling between her thigh. Poke, it's fine to run away. But panicking is not okay. Do you understand? Yes. I pat Poke's head like, pom-pom. When we got to the room, Liza and Tama are dismantling the caterpillar. I write the two corpses' name on the memo. I wonder if there's anything useful. I ask Poke to examine them. Since you don't usually want to touch corpses, do you? Should I strip the clothes? Poke asked, but we don't exactly need their clothes. I've only noticed just now, but the Beastkin girls aren't wearing shoes. Take the footwears. Leave the clothes as it is. Poke passes over the collected things. The slave boy doesn't have anything, but the woman has a purse and jewelries like ring and necklaces. I create a folder in the storage and named it Memento, then I put the mementos there. I will give it to the deceased's family later. I just got an idea to cut the hair of the two and put it in the memento folder. The sandals are for Poke and Tama to wear. Liza, the biggest child, has to wait for her turn later. In the next room with the giant caterpillar, there should be shoes of the young man from earlier, so she wouldn't have to wait for long. The experiment to attack, however the damage, is apparently successful. Tama and Liza are raised by 1 level, Poke by 2. Apparently one automatically learns skill if they level up. Poke got throwing skill, Tama got collecting skill, and Liza got dismantling skill. But I don't have dismantling skill. I should try cutting fish later. Wait, there's something strange with Liza's skills. The dismantling skill is grayed out even though the spear skill is white. Poke's and Tama's skills are also grayed out. I wonder if they aren't activated yet. They would be strengthened if I activated, but their attribute values have also increased, but for example, STR is written as 15, 18, so it doesn't seem like it instantly rises. There are still around 100 room before the exit anyway, let's solve it until then. I lead the Beastkin girls, Tama Poke Liza, out of the room. Title Trainer, Tamer, acquired. 2 to 10. Labyrinth of Demon, 3. Satu's here. The weak person who yearn for the sun so much, Satu. Although dungeon is fine if it's in a game. Fighting insect, frog, insect, snake in a wet, damp basement is getting tiring. We've passed 6 rooms since then, but we didn't encounter any more living human. We came across several corpses though. Master, the magic core recovery is complete. Alright, let's take a break. Liza and the other are passing the water bottle around after drinking for a mouthful. Before I knew it, the way they call me have changed from Dana-sama, Mr., to Goshujin-sama, Master. Since it seems easier for them to use that, I leave it alone. Liza drops the water bottle. Water is spilling from the fallen bottle. I'm very sorry. Master. Liza desperately picks up the water bottle. Her hand seems to be unsteady. Come to think of it, Poke's and Tama's throwing accuracies were bad on the battle earlier too. Are you tired? I'm very sorry. I wasted the important water. Please punish me in any way. You're exaggerating. No, Liza seems to seriously think that. Liza, we can just obtain more water. Rather than that, is your body okay? I'm sorry. I feel heavy since earlier, I've tried to move my limbs, but they won't budge. Poke and Tama drink the water while lying on the ground looking lifeless. Confirming their status, there doesn't seem to be any abnormality. They're probably tired. The break is cancelled, let's take a full rest instead. I lift Poki and Tama in my arm and drink them the water. I distribute sweet potato fries to the three. The three look very sleepy, but maybe because they're hungry, they have some vigor left to keep eating. After you finish your meal, sleep for 3 hours. Poki and Tama sleep with my legs as pillows. Liza shyly curled up into a ball a bit away. When the three fast asleep, I observe their status. The attribute values are increasing by 1 every 10 minutes, getting back to its original values. 2 hours after the rest, the grayed out skills turn white. Speaking of skills, if the three leveled up, then their skills would increase, right? They don't get skill just by doing something? Apparently the improvement from level up is applied after you sleep. This is totally like the masterpiece from the Labyrinths classic. It's scary to age if you're not on the barn. We broke through more rooms after that. The limit before we need to rest was about 3 level up based on earlier. We should rest after breaking through 2 more rooms. Stop. It's rare to see Tama warns without being sluggish. But there's no enemy on the front? What's wrong? The ground is strange. She answers with a question. There's something wrong on it, but she doesn't know what kind, is it? I watch the ground carefully. The ground texture looks different. Although the color doesn't differ. Before I can understand what's the discrepancy is, an AR display with trap, life drain written, pops up. That's right, this is a labyrinth, there should be traps. Since there wasn't any until now, I forgot about it. Well done, Tama. There's a trap there. I stroke Tama's head and cat ears. I let the three withdraw and try throwing stone at the trap, but it doesn't active. From the name of the trap, it probably only reacts to living things. Since I don't know the range of the trap, I can't be sure if we can safely walk through the edge of the passage either. I won't even consider making the beastkin girls step through it. There are rat monsters on the room after this, maybe I'll try to lure them here with stones. I throw 3 stones in a row. Rats are coming. In response to Poka's report, I make the 3 fall back. The rats here are only level 10 and weak, but they act in group. Since I can't be sure if they can break through trap or not, let's take some distance. The rats are caught in black spark far from the trap's location. In the end, the 3 rats are all caught up in separate location. It seems that traps are scattered around in this passage. Trap release skill acquired. Trap usage skill acquired. Trap discovery skill acquired. Since the trap might be the type that can reactivate, we leave the magic cores behind. I immediately allocate skill point to just trap discovery skill and activate it. Liza stab at the giant frog's mouth with all her might. Poki and Tama then jump from each opposite side to deliver the finishing strike to the frog's head with their daggers. All right. You did well. Yes. Nano Disu. I praise them for the first monster kill they did by themselves. Since the opponent was only a simple level 10 with just tongue restrain as a special skill, I tried to let them to do it, and do it well they did. The fighting power of Beastkin is higher than human of the same level after all. This room is 3 times wider than any other room before. There are possibilities of more enemies with this much space, but I can't sense any sign of them. There's a house on the edge of the room. The roof is cleanly cut in 2. It was probably swallowed up with the creation of the labyrinth. Unfortunately, there are no human signs on the radar. Liza is dismantling the frog, Poki and Tama are keeping guard of the entrances. This time, it's Liza's turn to dismantle Hai. Since there's that skill things, I've assigned a rotation for the duty. Poki, Tama, let's check out that house. Follow me. I go toward the house with the 2. There aren't any corpse from casualties in the house but various things instead. Apparently it was the house of a wealthy person. 2 ornamental short swords surprisingly have decent attack power when I checked it with appraisal skill. In a stereotypical fashion, there's a hidden safe behind a wall painting. I blow the lock with magic gun and check the inside. In addition with a bag of golds and jewels, there's also a magic material called dragon powder in a small vial. Was the owner an alchemist? We collect the small amount of jewelries, but leave the big things, like statues or other work or arts, behind. Among the work of arts, there are a couple of stuffed animals on pedestals. Though I don't really care, I wonder if they were in the process of being repaired? I sort of want to see the stuffing process of fantasy animals. Excavation skill acquired. Treasure discovery skill acquired. Treasure chest unlock skill acquired. There's an ignition magic tool, tender rod, in the kitchen. That's the only magic tool here, but we put a frying pan, a pot, and tablewares for 4 people in the bag. Since I can get water anytime from the water jug, and there are a lot of small water bottles there, so I put oils inside them to make improvised Molotov bombs and put them inside the storage. Here, cheeses and dried meats. Nano disu. On a collapsed furniture there are big breads, 3 lump of cheeses and some smoked meats inside. After confirming that they're not rotten with the AR, I slice some pieces for Poki and Tama. Let's eat the remainder together with Liza. Yes. Delicious no disu. I give the bag with the food to Tama, and bag with accessories and weapons to Poki, while I'm holding the water jug and tub. We get out. When we get out, the recovery of magic core is complete. Master, I have a request. Is it alright for me to light fire? Fire in underground? What is your reason? Liza falters for a bit. Well, I want to eat the frog's meat. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, but is that safe to eat? Yes, it's fine. I've dismantled and eat frog from the same family a long time ago. There are internal organs with poison, but if we avoid it, it's all right. But if it's not baked, there are a danger of poisoning. Well, even if this is in underground, there's an airflow, and we already climbed up for quite a bit, so there's no worry of lack of oxygen. All right, I permit it. Liza instructs Poki and Tama to cut the frog's legs, while she herself is taking out wood blocks and chip from the bag and prepare it. I see, it was for this reason that she was collecting woods in every room. I stop Liza from using flint to light fire, and use the ignition magic tool, tender rod, from earlier to ignite fire. Chuka-en? I give the cookwares and the tablewares gotten from the house to Liza. Before long, Tama and Poki hold the leg meat high up their head. Meat? Nano disu. I wonder, they look even happier than with the smoked meat earlier. Liza cuts the meat into pieces, and lines it up on the frying pan. She pierces the baked meats with skewers and presents it to me. Do I have to eat it? Thank you, Liza. I prepare myself and eat it. It tastes a bit like chicken, but honestly, it's a bit light. I guess it can't be helped since we don't have seasonings like salt though. It's a hassle to go back to that house just to search for seasoning. The 3 people stare at me eating. Oh right, they're waiting for permission. Stop looking and eat. If you don't properly eat and rest, we can't get out of the labyrinth. After getting the permission, Poki and Tama start eating the meat on the frying pan. Liza isn't only frying the meat, she also properly eats it. I glances at them while lightly toasting the black bread, cheese, and the smoked meat to eat it. After that, a cycle of dismantling, baking, and eating repeat for about 30 minutes, the banquet only finish after the fuel run out. Per the suggestion of Liza, I wrap a lump of meat in cloth and put it in the bag just in case. If the condition is the same like before, they will get tired after 2-3 battles, so we'll make use of this time to rest to its fullest. I let the 3 to bath in the tub, give them new clothes to change, and let them sleep with a blanket. Although they'll soon get dirty in battle, don't you feel better to go sleep with clean clothes? 2-11. Labyrinth of Demon, 4. Satu's here. Labyrinth from classic series usually has treasures, monsters and mysterious traps. While the danger is immense, the returns you got from easy level up are also huge. These can be said to be the real thrill of the labyrinth. A party consisting only of warriors sure have pretty bad balance, isn't it? After 2 more rest along the way, we're finally around 80% of the way out of the labyrinth. Since the rest before the last one, we haven't seen any more victims' corpses. Poki and Tama's equipment have changed to the ornamental short swords. That's the extent of the equipment change, but the 3 people are now level 13. It seems that their stats are about 3 level higher than the average human kin. Poki has enemy search, throwing, dismantling, and short sword skills. Tama has dismantling, collecting and short sword. Liza has cooking, dismantling, spear and thrusting skills. It can be said that their strengths are now world apart from when I first meet them. If the enemy has no abnormal status attacks, then even if it's level 20, the 3 can handle it. Although it could be dangerous to fight several enemies of the same level since there are no shield users. That wall is strange. Tama senses a strange sensation from the wall inside the room. When I stare at it, I found a hidden door. Checking the map, there's certainly a passage behind. However, I change the map viewpoint to bird's eye. About 5 meters from this room, there's a perpendicular shape with 100 meter diameter right below. A pit, or rather, since it's 3 meter depth, a pitfall trap? I warn Tama and Co not to get close to it. There's a crossroad after this. Beyond that, there seemed to be a room with 3 survivors inside. Since they've been resting for 1 hour, it's probably a safe zone there. Although there are only 5 rooms left before the exit, because they don't have a map, it can't be helped. Everyone, stop. The radar indicate a red dot indicating enemy approaching with great speed. Since it's only one enemy, I wonder if it's attacking the room earlier. While falling back, I check the enemy's info. Undead beast, undead kin, 5 meter length, 2 meter height. The bite can paralyze, attack include the claws. Very agile. Weakness, holy element. Level is 40, you say. The labyrinth sweeper, hey. It really does feel like the game of old. An abnormally strong enemy will appear to kill the player who's running out of time. Before we come into contact with the enemy, we get back to the room. I evacuate Poki, Tama and Liza to the corner of the room. As expected, the enemy is dangerous. If they're careless, a single blow could kill them. The enemy casually appear from the passage. Exerting force only when it's necessary, hey. It's a jet black panther-like beast with a red horn on its forehead. The undead beast disappear from views. I hurriedly look at the radar, but its position hasn't changed. The enemy attacks from above. It jumps and kicks the ceiling to plunge its body. Behind my back, I feel that the floor below cracks. To be so quick even though it's an undead. If it begin to jump around, the 3 beastkin girls could be in danger. Fighting it frontally is no good. Seemingly to harass me, the undead beast opens its jaw before starting its bite attack, leaving it open. I overhead throw it to the wall. The undead beast lands on the wall. I put power in my foot and attack. It then breaks through the wall and fall to the pit. Amen. Now then, why don't we join with the survivors? Beyond the crossroads, the floor is plastered with sticky white threads. Sticky stick. My feet is sticky no desu. I wonder if it's spider's silks. Tama and Poki clear it with short swords. In the room, there are 7 cocoons. The 3 survivors are among them. We should rescue them while the spider is gone. When the person inside the cocoon realize that we are closing, they begin to wriggle. Just in case, I check the contents inside before we help them. Nidoran. Slave trader, 40 years old, level 11, negotiation, torture, and arithmetic skills. Viscount Jin Belton. Noble, 33 years old, level 15, fire magic, flame magic, and social skills. Viscount's daughter Tana Belton. Noble, 14 years old, level 3, social etiquette skills. The Viscount is a good potential force. Even so, why was a noble in that square? We're splitting the work to save them. I handle the Viscount, Liza the daughter, Poki and Tama are responsible for the traitor. Halfway through the rescuing, a spider coming from below are perceived by the radar. Just like with the undead beast earlier, there seems to be a pit here too. It's the enemy. Poki, Tama, Liza, stop the rescue for the moment and prepare to intercept. The Beastkin girls ready their weapon for interception. After series of battles, these cooperations are to be expected. Fortunately the victims' mouths are clogged up, a blessing in disguise. No noisy things are good. A spider is crawling out from the hole on the floor. First I hit its head with stones to deprive its consciousness. Then Liza skewers its head with her spear, while Poki and Tama slice the joint of its body. I thought it'd die with the first attack, but to not die even after its head has been pierced, truly a monster. Liza receives the overhead sweep of the spider's leg, Poki and Tama slice and dice with the short swords during that gap, shaving off the spider's health. Since it seems that it would take some time, I throw a pebble in secret to give the finishing blow. I leave the magic core recovery to Tama, and get back to rescuing with other members. I'm saved. I come from the distinguished family of the founder Yamato-sama, the current head of Belton Viscount, Viscount Jin Belton. Expect rewards after we get out of here. Thank you very much, Viscount-sama. I'm Sato, a merchant. Just as we finished introductions, the Viscount's saving is finished. The Viscount goes to her daughter's place, takes the knife from Liza and continues the rescue by himself. Is it because he doesn't want demi-human to touch her daughter, or because he's thinking of saving her himself? Thank you for saving me, I'm Nidoran, a merchant. I'd be disliked by the girls, since I deal with slaves trading. I'm a fledgling merchant, Sato. A merchant, is it? I thought that you're surely an adventurer. While listening to Nidoran I present him cold waters. Do you know about adventurers? Yes, it's explorers in Shiga Kingdom, isn't it? Killing demon in the labyrinth, salvaging magic cores and treasures, it's a high-risk high-return job. Tama returns with the magic core and I receive it. Putting aside the size of the magic core here, probably because the labyrinth is young, its purity is low. According to Nidoran refined magic cores are used in the creation of magic tools, and the higher the purity the more efficient its magic operation is, resulting in more advanced magic tools creation. Still, it was a brilliant cooperation. The training was certainly long, isn't it? Such good slaves can easily fetch 20 gold coin each. I'd love to deal with you even once. It seems to be better to not tell him that they're not officially my slaves. Since it looks it just come back at me. I'm leaving mementos recoveries from the cocoons to the Beastkin girls. I pass foods to Viscount Belton and Nidoran. Of course, it's not the frog meats. The Viscount heartily eats even while complaining the poor foods. The Viscount's daughter only eats the cheese, and sips the water. Surely, she's exhausted. 3 room left before the exit. The Viscount has been shouldering the Viscount's daughter this whole time. Should I carry her in my back? I suggested that, but it was rejected. The problem is the next room. Like a dungeon made by a bad GM, located in unavoidable position is a monster house. Leading the pack is a level 35 demon, then level 30 skeleton knight, skeleton deathshite, and skeleton warrior. The others are level 10 to 15 regular skeleton soldier. Should I job change to masked hero? Checking on the map, the handsome middle-aged priest is 10 rooms apart from here. I intended to join up with him, but the Viscount's daughter exhaustion is extreme. Furthermore, each room is inhabited by 3 monsters from undead type. If we are to join up, then the breakthrough would probably requires 2 to 3 hours. If we manage to break through the next room, then the next after would be a vacant room with no enemy but Liza and Tama, who were sent for scouting, come back. Lots of bones. Something spherical with wings is flying in the room. The others are approximately 20 skeleton monster. I think it's better to search for a detour. It's a sound assessment, but the exit is just ahead. Well then, it's time to exhibit my special deception skill. Orts. 2-12. Labyrinth of Demon, 5. Satu's here. It's hard to make people believing something that I don't believe myself. A little bit more until the exit. I want to get back to daily life ASAP. The exit is probably after this. I have 2 reasons. First, there's a demon who, up until now, was nowhere to be seen. The other, the number of enemies is clearly different than anything before. Those reasons sure are weak at. Why do those reasons mean that the exit is just up ahead? I can't understand. How about we take a detour as suggested by that demi-human instead? You're absolutely right, however. It's my turn now. Viscount-sama, did you forget? This is a labyrinth made by demon. They would put their kind in the place where they don't want to let people pass. Dang, I should have used this reasoning from the start. But we are completely outnumbered. I don't think we can beat such large crowds just by ourselves. I know, right? Of course we have a chance. That is with the magic of Viscount-sama. I haven't seen him use it even once, but the firestorm used on the demon on the square back then was flashy. It should be enough as a shield. Oops, I shouldn't have known about the magic of the Viscount. As you may know, the undead kin are weak to fire. Moreover, I've heard rumor that says Viscount-sama is the best fire magician in the earldom. Tomu, because even like this, I'm the vice-captain of the magic soldier troops. The Viscount doesn't seem to wholly against the idea. So he's a superior of Xena-sanhei? Viscount-sama, I have a question for the sake of strategy planning. How many times can you use Firestorm? The limit for Firestorm is 1 use. After casting Firestorm we can block the entrance with Fire Pillar and wait. Famu, is it a magic with bad fuel consumption? It's convenient that the talk has suddenly progressed to doing the battle. When the view is obstructed by the Firestorm, I'd just exterminate the enemies with coin attacks. Strategy skill acquired. Viscount Belton's Firestorm is raging. The winged eyeball uttered something in the distance, but the battle started without anyone hearing it. Surprise attack is basic. Poki, Tama, throw stones at enemies who's approaching. Liza, thrust the enemy who passes over the stone throws. I give commands to the beastkin girls. Now then, let's smash them before the firestorm disappear. I hit the center of eyeball of the winged eyeball with the last piece of holy stone. I don't know what to say to that huge exposed weak point. The holy stone penetrates the demon, smashing the bones on the back, hitting the wall. The roaring sound was masked by the firestorm's sound. 1 set of several copper coins are used to destroy 3 high-level skeleton monster. Coin shotgun it is. When the firestorm subside, only 7 small fairy skeleton monsters with half their health points remain. For now, let's push the achievement. Wonderful Viscount-sama. Weakened by the firestorm, the skeletons become brittle and were destroyed one by one with the stones throwing. Famu, the filthy undead monsters were purified by my flame magic. That's exactly right, this is the first time I've seen such enormous magic. What a tremendous fire power! The Viscount with triumphant look along with Nidorenshi and his praise. I leave him to attend for the Viscount's mood, and follow after the clean-up of the small fry. Hereafter, Zuko, skeletons with the beastkin girls. Liza attack the feet of a Zuko skeleton to destroy its balance, then Poki and Tama strike together to destroy it. Hiding behind the fire left on the ground, I destroy the skeletons with copper coins. I think it's because of throwing skill. The Zuko skeleton's health is easily depleted by just flicking a copper coin with my thumb. Is there no rejection skill? Shitten. Even though it's cool. Title Undead Slayer acquired. Title Demon Slayer acquired. Soon the clean-up of the Zuko skeletons end, we head toward the exit. Since it'd be troublesome if monster reinforcement come, I leave the magic cores behind. The passage is different from what we've passed so far. the floor is made by paving stones like the one found inside the room. The passage is 4 meter wide, 3 meter high. Thanks to that, it's bright. The passage continues in a straight line for a while, and break into a curve before the last room. The outsides smell, nano disu. Poki reports happily while running around me in circle. I've become considerably accustomed compared to the first time. Let's eat something delicious when we get out. Meat. Meat. Since Liza is in the very back, she didn't enter into the conversation, but Poki and Tama look so happy. Reflected in the radar, numerous lights appear in succession in the last room. However, it's not red light which indicates enemy but white light which indicates neutral position instead. It's probably the territory's army. The handsome middle-aged priest has reached the skeleton room earlier too before I know it. What kind of trick did he use? Well, it's good either way. I feel like drinking cold beer and taking a shower right now. Though it's probably unrealizable. There are people's voices. Poka said that while pointing the front. The passage turn is coming into view. After 3 turn from here, it's the exit. The wall on the front is strange. Tama reports. I confirmed from the map that there's a pit behind the wall. Maybe it's like the labyrinth shortcut gimmick in a game. There's a hidden door here too. Do not touch it. Yes. Nano disu. When we're passing through the hidden door. Beast arms break through the hidden door. I kick the door's fragmented pieces while an enormous body comes into view. I push both Poki and Tama to the edge of the passage. I also want to jump out, but if I carelessly avoid, it's certain the 3 on the back will meet harm's way. I catch the beast, killing its momentum, then it kicks the floor. The beast's jumping power is heavy and powerful, it quickly passes overhead the 3 to land behind them. They finally catch up with the unfolding event. Screams raise. Groan voices. All are overridden by the roar of the beast. It's the reappearance of the undead beast thought to have been dealt with. No, it has 2 horns, different beast height. Leaving that aside, what to do? It climbed all the way up the pit, it's impossible to deal with it like before. Since there's level difference, if I ask the cooperation of the Beastkin girls, they could die. I'd like to ask for the Viscount's magic help like on the Bone Hall, but his magic power is insufficient. My thought is racing while avoiding the biting attack of the undead beast. Air hammer. A mass of invisible compressed air come from the exit's direction, forcing the undead beast to retreat. I was rolled up with it. Undead beast, seemingly in effort to reduce the magic's force, jumped back to near the room's entrance in the back. The door there opens, and the handsome middle-aged priest comes out of it. What a bad timing! Get back to the room, it's the undead beast. Thanks to the loudspeaker skill and the echo in the passage, voice louder than I thought comes out. The handsome middle-aged priest begin casting spell without panicking. Ridiculous! You'll die in a blink of an eye before you even finish the casting. The undead beast turns around after hearing the chanting. Can't be helped, let's change its target to me and play the avoid war. Then let's defeat it with a strong attack slipped in the middle of the priest's magic. Purification, turn undead. Short. What's that? The undead beast stopped moving, and turned back into a stuffed animal. It can't even stand up on its own, the menace is gone. GJ, handsome middle-aged priest San. Citizen. Before I turn toward the voice, I'm quickly pushed by Xena-san equipped with leather armor. It's good that you're alright, it's good. Rubbing her head on my chest, she's delighted for the reunion. The magic earlier was Xena-san's hei. From the other side, soldiers begin to appear, helping to rescue the Viscount. The Beastkin girls are coming to my side, but they're standing by in a place a bit far. Liza put Poki and Tama who tried to come here in check. I'm home, Xena-san. Xena-san scrubs here tears and lift her face. Welcome back, Sato-san. The smile of tearful Xena-san looks awfully attractive.